Sorry for the delay. I had to get ice, etc. It's time to do this. Which means, yeah, back to extra mode. I might actually go and do the available challenges before I do the final world. We'll see how that goes. Depends on how I feel. Yeah, let's just go inside. It's 15 more energy spheres. Yeah. Yeah, 92 lives. It's exciting. Go in here. Get a few more unlocked. Got platinums with all these in the base mode, but I feel like doing it again. I think it does count towards completion level. Yeah, we already got max on swords, so if I've done it before, I can hopefully do it again. Sword challenge. The sword can cut ropes. Oh, I had no idea. It's an upward slash. Easily defeat any foes above you. Reach the goal before time's up. That said, I'm going to be doing this with a D-pad instead of a stick this time, which might be a problem. Okay. Oh well, no problem. No worries. As long as you're having fun. Okay, right, we have to... Ooh, already messed that up. You know what time is like here. See how this goes. Yeah, and as you can see, we got the half health from extra mode. Let's jump up, no reason to do anything special. And... thanks. Really, what I should be doing is multiple dashes. Understandable, take your time. Thank you for popping in at least. Time and the money. So you gotta get every coin, you can't take any damage. Okay. 1, 2, okay, that worked pretty darn well, and... oh my goodness, that didn't work at all. So I gotta do the upward slash there. It is pretty impressive how difficult some Kirby content does get, given that is, you know, Kirby. These challenge missions are the epitome of that, and yep, that bounces me back, which I don't want. Crushes that, and... okay... I don't think I actually needed to cut that. I don't know. Either way, it's very, very cutthroat. Just gotta dash across, that's not hard at all, and drill stab to get through that bomb block and the coin. Oh, we could have waited for that, that's okay. And nothing there. The dash. Thank you. And, oh, we went the wrong way, and that's a dead run. Yeah, these are probably the nastiest part of the game. And we did that too early and missed a coin. Another dead run. Oh my goodness. There are 9 of these, I believe. Yeah. Worrisome. Go. And, yep, that's where we can use the drill stab. And yep, get down like that. Don't need to cut anything right now. And I don't think we even need to cut that platform to begin with. Well, whatever. Let's keep on running. And again, the big thing that they never fixed was... no, I think they did patch that, actually. And no, you do need to cut that, but you gotta get what's below first. The clock's still running when you're going through doors, which is very, very annoying, because it's not something that happened in the original game, and it makes getting time actually a lot tougher. And okay, I'm stupid. Imagine if that was tied to the actual life counter. Oh my goodness. In Kirby's Dream Collection, which came out some years ago, I believe 2013? It was a while ago, for the Kirby's anniversary, there was a side mode that was entirely composed of bonus challenge stages, which were the same kind of thing as in the challenge stages in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, but they were entirely new base round abilities that didn't have challenges originally, and additionally had the Smash Brothers ability, which was not in Kirby's Return to Dreamland. And yeah, you gotta crush that. Okay. So just in the interest of speed, and yep, there are a few that only show up if you cut that platform. Okay. Well, hopefully this won't take forever. We'll see how this goes. And another. Thank you. And cut. Oh, well, that might be salvageable. Maybe. And we'll cut when we get auto-placed back on that platform after the side room. That might already be a dead run, but we'll see. Margin for error is never nice. No, but it did. I don't think they ever patched that game, but it seems they fixed it. Or maybe it's just a difference between normal and extra mode, and that's a dead run too. Because when I was doing these challenges in normal mode, as in not EX mode, every time I would go through a door in the challenge stages, the timer would keep running. And that was unintentional. The original was not like that, and it made it very, very difficult to... Yeah, we gotta get closer. Especially since the upward cut has iframes anyway, so I don't need to worry about getting hit by the Blade Knight. Okay. It's Blade Knight. Sword Knight's the one with the weird wrinkly helmet. And, yep, exactly. Use those iframes, and, well... We have to go underneath and loop around. Because since you always get placed back on that little rope platform at the end of this side segment. Oh my goodness. Well, we can try it. But that is probably another dead run, but this is what lets me practice later areas, so we need to do it. Thank you. And that worked just fine. Go down, and up. Oops. Okay. And that's actually a dead run. Oops. At least Sword Kirby's cute. What's interesting is that since Forgotten Land had the ability variance, Base Sword doesn't have a sword game in Forgotten Land. It's exclusive to and we were too close, and we got crushed by the falling platform. Great. Yay. Okay. Well, that's life, and we missed that. I got distracted. Not by anything in particular. Maybe I should caffeinate or something. Yeah, Kirby on crack. Okay. And I think there are 8 more of these. You know, 3 final levels in the final boss shouldn't take much time at all. It's just final level. And the true arena. Okay. Perfect. If we'd cut that platform, it would have wasted some time, too. Should we go through that side pathway and not mess up? I might not have the energy for these right now. There's no way to just kind of cheat mode this like you can with the true arena in sand. Okay. That was... Oh my goodness. Yeah, the D-pad is not doing great here. I might need to use the stick, but honestly, I don't like the stick on Kirby, at least shoot at Kirby. It's been years since I actually did these originally for Platinums in the base mode, so I don't remember how I did those in base mode originally. And we have to go down first. Stupid. Go down, you loop around. Okay. And here we go. Hit, up, dash, and thank you. That worked just fine that time. And go through the side. And first cannon, don't need a cut, and I imagine that probably wastes about half a second too, so it is what it is. Do this in the final stage. Really what I should have done is just done each of them when I got them unlocked, but it is what it is. I had even less energy and time then. Okay, keep that dash up, and here we are. Very slightly Change direction and motion. There we go. And we gotta get those. Thank you. Use that to charge through. Very nice. Yeah, it's all about using those iframes. You need a very, very nice handle on your abilities to do any of these, which is fun. And since that isn't when you can actually go through, you gotta break that. Thank you. And down like that there, and this, and oh, you're kidding. Wait, so how are you supposed to... Huh? Huh? Wait. Never mind. I'm going crazy. Hello! I'm doing the Kirby challenges. Various and sundry of them, and I guess you can't get... No! This is how you get all the coins, because it resets the platform. Okay, that's... Oh yeah, it is Star Wars Day. Forgot about that. How are you doing? And get across. Better for close motion, but... let's drop through the platform, and... Is this all? Oh, we had to do the... I keep forgetting, you don't have to hold anything down to do a spin attack. I may be stupid. Got all the coins, but this is not a platinum. We gotta try this again. So in terms of time for the platinum... It's been a while, and oh, EX. It's actually got the EX marker. What difference is made? Oh my goodness. And what does it take for a platinum? At least a few more seconds available. Let me see. Down to the wire is such a hilarious bonus, because it is actually indicates you did badly. Okay. But these 9 ability challenges. Well, actually, there are 8 ability challenges and one that just uses items, and 2 of them were new in this remake. They use sand and mecha, which were introduced in this remake and did not exist in the original version of the game, and they're all quite tough, as I'm sure you can tell. And they max out at a platinum medal. I'd like to get all the platinum medals. It's not the easiest thing in the world, because you really need to know the ins and outs of each ability, or in the last case, each item, to get that platinum. And I've gotten all the platinums before on normal mode, and there isn't really any real difference between normal mode and the version of them in EX mode, which is the sort of second loop, and yeah, this is why I hate it, because as of right now I'm using the D-pad, because the stick isn't great for Kirby in general. The big thing is that, if you want to dash, you gotta double tap a direction, and that's really, really annoying with a stick, because you have to return it to neutral. And, that actually might be better, just going for the normal chop. I don't know. I think I need around 20 or so seconds left on the clock at the end of the challenge to get where I need to go. Main thing is just the fast motion of the dash attack is useful in some cases for keeping up speed, but not for continuous speed. It's kind of like a dodge roll in a sort of way, especially since it does have invincibility frames. Whenever Kirby's flashing, it means iframes. And drill stab like that. Okay, that actually worked great. Stab, and we even got one of those, so you gotta stab through. As you can see, we passed through the spiky Gordo without taking any damage, and this is just a quiz where you gotta cut the right rope, basically. Which is a fun idea, and this platform doesn't break, so you need to have it crush the enemies, but not the coins. And again, fast movement, and that one down there we can't get at the moment, so what we need to do is break that, and that will reset the elevator back to its normal position when we finish this segment. Plunge down through, and goes fast enough to avoid the Gordos, but doesn't matter anyway because we are invincible during that, so let's not fail this time. Stab, stab, and it's this one, and I'm stupid. Stab and stab. Thank you. Hopefully this should be it. Charge up this spin attack, and thank you. And let's see. Slightly under 19 seconds. Is this going to be a platinum? I don't think so. The question is, would I be able to save and where? You're kidding. So dumb. Let me see. We got all coins. So what do I need in terms of time? What are the time cutoffs? I'm gonna try that again. But it really is just a question of where could I be saving time? If I were slightly tighter with all those elevator rope cuttings, maybe, but I'm not quite sure. That already screwed up. If I'm not dashing, if I'm ever not dashing, it's over. Oh my goodness. But it's just what's fast, what's not. This is actually torture. This, going through enemies, dash, 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 and... Okay, that actually is better. In the end, the upward slash is never a good idea to use because your health was so long after using it. Let's try this again. I need that platinum. This is... I think this is actually one of the tougher platinums. Hello. Doing the Kirby challenges until I get platinum. I hope. It might be outside of the realm of possibility right now. Hopefully not. Go up, and that actually might be a bad idea. It's okay. And oh, you're kidding. Since we didn't get the one in the middle, it's all about timing that stab. I don't think they're gone, they're just not talking. They're watching me play this game. Yeah. Yeah, spend one day without insulting me for something that isn't a bad challenge. Impossible. Congratulations. Yo, that could probably be a drill stab. And that would be a... If you can cancel it out by just going through a door, the drill stab is nice and fast. The issue is that in most cases, you're stuck in that recovery. Cutting that platform is a waste of time, and this, if we can manage... Okay, that was a good idea, and oh, that's the problem. Every time I try to max out any kind of challenge, you comment on it. From the peanut gallery. Yeah, exactly. The only reason you even tolerate it is because you hate me. I'll brain you with a rock. Well, actually, I won't, because to brain you would require you having a brain. So... I'll just bludgeon you. No brain required. Okay. Do this again, and yep. Finish that with a drill stab to get to this door slightly faster. So like this, and every little bit of time saved. We'd have to change direction. I think the drill stab is fine too. Could go for the long jump, and okay. That actually worked a good deal better. Oh, but we didn't get in on the side. Oh, I love having an enemy. But one day I won't, because we'll duel each other to the death, and I'll win. Then I'll bury you in a field of Italian flowers. Thank you. And just like that. Thank you. Oh, that was nearly perfect. That was satisfying. So now, just like that, drill stab to get more effect quickly. Okay, and I would bring a firearm. Do you really think I wouldn't cheat? Cheaters always prosper. Thank you, and go for the drill stab whenever we can. Okay. Okay, that actually was where we could use that. Drill stab there, that makes it really tough to get all this. Oh, stupid. Yep, that was a waste. Okay, and? Do you think I care? If I'm the one who lives, I don't think it matters to me. Okay, yeah, enjoy feeling all self-righteous when you're dead and in a hole in the Italian ground. Thank you. Well, you see, maybe you're the evil one. But that just means I can do whatever I want. Okay. The drill stab wouldn't really do much. It would just ping off the wall, wouldn't it? Probably. And... What? What I'm saying is that the end justifies the means in this case. Okay, come on. And, let's see. Oh, we messed that up. We messed that up. Gotta go for these drill stabs. Ugh. Exactly. Which means that any means are justified. Anything to hunt Italian Goblin. Okay, that did not go as well. Here we are, another drill stab. Right there. We were barely touching the door, but we still managed to make it work. I need that platinum, I swear. There we are. Quicker we get that, the better, and the drill stab on that other platform isn't a good idea, because it leads to miss a lot of the coins on the way down. I'm gonna be as straight in as possible, and there we go. Yeah, that was really good. That could have been a drill stab, maybe, and down. Do that for a bit of extra speed. There we go. Yeah, why would I have any shame? My cause is just. There we go, and stopped earlier than I would like. Go off, and stab through. Just like this. And then, yep, that worked kind of well. We go up, we go for the down thrust. And get those coins, plunge on through. Have a few seconds to win it. Okay, and make sure we don't lose what we got. Thank you, and drop. Not sure about this one. And oh goodness, it's painful. Thank you, and cool. Car probably had a stab right at the end, and thank you for the follow, and that was... waiting for that to pop up. Something twin drills, and that's not a platinum? What is the time cutoff for platinums on this? What are the tricks? Nui big twin drills. I don't know who Nui is, but when I think of twin drills, I think of Tato, so that's good. What's the time cutoff for... let me see. Dream 2, Dreamland, Platinum, time cutoff. Let me see. Window of time is 30 seconds in extra mode. 30 seconds? What? Huh? Huh? Spin slash. Does not have to move perfectly. It feels like you gotta. Oh! Harime Nui. Okay. The other Scissor Blade character. Now I understand. Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to platinum the Kirby challenges. It is legitimate suffering. We need... yeah, the time cutoff is 30 seconds. You need to perfect everything and have 30 seconds left on the clock. It is hell. You need hilarious precision. That... I was gonna say that's good luck, but it might be skill. Every time we can go for the drill stab, we gotta... sort of barely edge our way into the door there. I'm not sure I can, but I'd like to. Yeah, it's all about positioning and memory. Okay, come on. And who's the VA for... I have not. I plan on it, though. And, oh, we messed up. Basically, I want to go for the upward slash after we go for the dash spin on the first level of Bronto's. Okay. Yeah, I plan on doing the True Arena today. Basically, I'm trying to go through all the Platinums before I do Dangerous Dinner in EX mode, and then I'll be doing True Arena after that. But, as I was saying, who's the voice actress for Nui in the Japanese again? Tomura Yukari, okay, because I remember there was a role that was familiar to me, and it's... you might kill me for saying this, but I remember looking into that because that's also Nihida in a certain other game, and oh, we timed that incredibly badly. So that means I gotta stay on the right side. It's got a pretty wide extending hitbox, but only on one side. Oh my goodness, I hate my stupid Chungus life. Basically, every bit Stupidly tight. Why did I do an air dodge? You're kidding me. Do I need to deactivate my shoulder button? I might. I'll hit you. Okay, so we were right between those two. That was good. Let's get that, and long jump, and what determines whether I get all those coins like that? Oh, okay. Oh, and that's... Now that's honestly a more interesting connection, because I played Shadow Gens a few months ago and really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, who's the voice for Professor Victoria? Well, I actually haven't heard her at all. I didn't watch that Tailstube. And... we could have jumped or something, whatever. And... oh, we timed that so badly. That's the thing. I need to time that drill stab so it takes me to that side gold coin. But it... the cutoff is 1 minute in normal mode, and well, I got too big for my britches. Oops. Shadow Gens makes me really excited for whatever Sonic team puts out next. That said, I still need to actually go through Frontiers. It does excite me because it's just got more playable characters, which is what I, as a young one, really liked about the original Adventure and Adventure 2. I didn't play 06, though, of course. Yeah. I do want to get through Project 06 eventually, but I feel obligated to play the original first. Because it would be very difficult and kind of unfair to me. Well, it would be very difficult for me to understand what's so good about Project 06 without understanding it. We got too far, and therefore we didn't have enough air time, basically, to catch that Bronto. Catch all those coins. These challenges are wretched. I need to... Since I've got the Elgato and it works on HDMI, what I really need to do... What is up with that? If I had the Elgato... I mean, I don't have the 8BitDo app downloaded, and I should. I think I have it downloaded on the MacBook that I don't use anymore, that I don't even actively have anymore. But, so I could just, I don't know, turn the shoulder button off for this, because I'm accidentally air dodging when I don't want to be, and having to actively keep my pointer finger clear of the right shoulder requires holding the controller in kind of a weird position. It's tough. Oh, but... I don't really remember off the top of my head what the time target was for base mode. And you're kidding. That was so dumb. And that was good though. That was real good. And just like that. Yeah, don't worry, I know that it's DLC only, but still I was excited to check that out. Especially since, as dumb as it sounds, some of the skill tree abilities I saw were truly ridiculous, like Knuckles being able to glide without any loss of height and max skill tree. And that kind of silliness is just fundamentally amusing. Okay. And there we are. Yeah, Sonic mentioned. It's always a good day when Sonic is mentioned. And I don't think we have enough time. We got 16.40 seconds for this. That may not be within my capabilities right now. It sucks. And drill stab is not good. We already messed that up. Yeah, so stupid. The really annoying thing is that multi-sword. Which means the timing on that. I wonder if... Because there's no setting, but I'm trying to charge spin attack, but it ends up going for the multi-sword, which only attacks one side, takes a stupid amount of time, and is just not good at all. It's just, I don't know what the buffer window is to make that not happen, but it's clearly important. Yeah. I imagine the time targets are probably a bit tighter on... I'm not angry. I've never set any kind of hard and fast rule that you can only talk about the game that I'm actively playing. I wouldn't even be able to follow that myself. And, okay, that was what we wanted to do. And immediately, just like that. No, just like that. Okay, and that sword dive worked pretty well for us there. And we missed a coin. I hate this. Okay, I feel like actively modding the game to add in markers of where I'm supposed to start my drill stab. I hate my stupid Chungus life. Silver being... Shad Amy is always funny. Because it's got backing in a certain sense in that, you know, at the end of SA2, the reason Shadow decides to save the world is in part because of Amy, who reminds him a bit of Maria, and it's amusing. Yeah, sometimes I talk about history. Me and my 3 wasted college degrees. Okay. That's what we like to call elite overproduction. Okay. There we go, and go up here. Thank you. Go like that, and this is... oh my goodness. Timed that wrong too. I've seen a lot of mods for the original Return to Dreamland. There was one I saw the other day, which, if I recall correctly, Failboat, who is the Planet Robobot Waddle Do Beam Attack meme guy... I'm stupid. We went off that ledge. Made a mod that made a playable Waddle Dee with, weirdly enough, the Star Rod. The playable character in a sort of Metroidvania-esque fan mod. Waddle Dee's Nightmare or something. Okay, the real question is, do you think the Forgotten Land DLC, which I very much intend on playing when it's available, in fact, I on my own time am actively going through to get every single ability variant, as in including base sword, bomb, etc., to +star upgrade, so I can use them a bit. I believe it was the Amazon listing or something that implied that there's going to be a new copy ability that we haven't seen in addition to all the mouthful modes, which it could just be a final weapon. That would be the easy way to do it, but I think there's a non-zero chance it's Spear. I think Spear would make the most sense too, because the moveset's already in the game for Bandana D. Okay, so if we do it sort of when we're going between the yellow and the pink, it works. And well, that was stupid. Mess that up. And down, down. Basically, we have to do it. Move as quickly as we can. This should be a drill stab, maybe, but we can't do something to cancel the N lag. It's not great. Come on. There we go. And no, that drill stab actually works. It doesn't immediately cancel upon hitting the wall. So can we do this in 18.61 seconds? I don't know. That was actually a pretty good time save, and just gotta be really quick on the draw, and okay, that was bad. That was really bad and stupid. What is to be done? You're kidding. And how did that clear the door? That put me past the door. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about Galactonite, in particular the fact that the Starlies are explicitly connected with crystal seals. And why, God? I don't even know how I got the platinum the first time if it's eluding me so much this time. You know, I didn't hack the game, and nobody touched my Switch Lite back when I played this on Switch Lite. It's the one challenge I did. Yeah, the wiki says perfect movement is not needed. Perfect movement not needed, my rear end. Yeah. But, and the fact that it's about Galactonite is a big reason I think that they'll add Spear. Because it's such an obvious ability variant, a Spear upgrade that's just Galactonite's Lance. It's almost too easy. Yeah, to be totally honest, is it ever explicitly stated, because nothing's ever explicitly stated in Kirby, that Galactonite was one of the 4 heroes wielding the Heart Spears mentioned in Star Allies? Or is it just something people assume? That's my question. Because it seems obvious in a way, but at the very same time, you could maybe say that he was maybe someone who was also sealed by the Spears, maybe a guardian of the Spears themselves. It's just so little is ever said. Which is honestly a good thing, because it keeps Kirby lore unobtrusive, but... yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean, is that people are making... I think assumptions might be kind of wrong and cruel to say, but... there are hints made. I guess the real question is just, there's Galactonite. Are all the others knights as well? I recall correctly, there's some indication of the weapons that the other sealers might have used, assuming Galactonite is one. I believe, due to the weapons that Void Termina uses in the 3D mode. But even then, that should be a stab or something. Oh my goodness. This is just wretched. And we missed that. That curve slope is just horrible. But it's really just a question of... There's gotta be some kind of major time save I'm missing. Some kind of move I should be using that I'm not using. There is part of me that feels maybe I should just do the base game. And on my own time go back and actively study what a perfect run, a platinum run in EX mode was for each ability, and then just repeat that button press by button press. That's ingenious, and I never even thought about that. And to be totally honest, given that... I think the bow one would probably be based on Kirby, I suppose, in the sense that... The only character who really has anything even close to a projectile just in their base kit would arguably be Kirby with, you know, air bullets and all, Star Spit. So I could see that being Kirby's equivalent. The idea of Galactonite being the Waddle Dee equivalent is very amusing to me. I like that. But the real question is, what relevance Kirby Clash has to it? I need to go back and play Kirby Clash. I played a little bit of it on 3DS, but I never did any of the Gem Apple microtransactions, and as such, to be totally honest, the game expects and kind of needs you to do that, otherwise it's not the same. You're kidding? We didn't get through that door, and that's another dead run. I'm gonna try this a couple more times, and if I don't get that platinum, and I'm not gonna get that platinum, I think, I am just going to go and... do Dangerous Dinner, do Tree Arena, maybe some of the minigames, and then actively study what a platinum run is. It wouldn't even surprise me if platinum was just not possible in extra mode. It'd be silly, but I can see that. Oh, okay. Yeah. But it's just sort of, you got so many knights. You got Morpho Knight. I don't imagine Morpho Knight really fits anywhere in there. One thing that is I'll just get a gold on each of them or something. Or maybe I just won't do them at all. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do Dangerous Dinner. Then maybe I'll do some self-study, and then I'll figure out how this works. I hate my life. I hate my life. Oh my goodness. But Morpho Knight is probably, to the extent that anything can be extrapolated, potentially a woman, female character, etc. Specifically because Morpho's Japanese name is Barufe, which is sort of a combination of butterfly and Valkyrie. And one of the few crucial traits of Valkyries is that, you know, they're all women. Claiming missiles at the Anheriar. Yeah, are we gonna get an Anheriar Knight? Probably not. But, after all, don't think anyone really knows the word Anheriar anyway. But the real question is, and I think there might be a non-zero possibility, especially given that Eon Hero, as in Galactonite and Kirby Clash, may come back in an actual Kirby game, crossing between timelines, that the 4 heroes who sealed Void Termina originally would just be Team Kirby. That's fair. And that was dumb. That was dumb. Yeah, the Kirby GCN Meta Knight variant. Which was very, very cool. Come on. I'm not in it. I'm not in it right now. I actually read a bit about this today. I didn't know that... Because I never played the original Extra Mode when I was a kid playing Return to Dreamland on the Wii originally. I didn't do EX mode. I didn't know that the original EX mode didn't have all its food replaced with point stars and all its max and tomatoes replaced with normal food outside of boss areas. Like, ouch. EX mode on Switch does, which I like. Yep. They added an easier mode with Helper Magolor, is an easier than the base game already was, and then they went and made their hard mode harder than it even was originally. That's what we like to, that's what we call flexibility. But yeah, those platinums, if they're possible, they might not be possible for me, and they might not be possible today when I'm all Sleep deprived. Yeah, yeah. In another place, another time. Which, yeah, there's a non-zero chance that the Galacta we get in Forgotten Land, if it's Galacta in Forgotten Land, which again, a lot of people, myself included and you included, think is very possible, is going to be Eon Hero Dark. Which, given the fact that the hearts we see, those crystal hearts, are all evil and sinister, would make sense. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Either way, I'm excited. Just because I will say, as non-traditional as Forgotten Land was, is in it doesn't even have a goal game. It's the first mainline Kirby game since literally the original Return to Dreamland, the original Hoshi no Kabi, to not have any goal game anywhere. You know, even Superstar has it, even though it's just in Dynablade. But, as I was saying, it is interesting how much Return to Dreamland tries to basically be sort of a new kind of Kirby's Adventure, which is very, very interesting to me. What was the name of... Because I know that in Europe, it's Kirby's Adventure Wii, which is the only place where the Kirby's Adventure... So the big thing is that there's a mini-boss tower in this one in Nutty Noon, which I think was the first time we had a mini-boss tower since Adventure. You know, I can just look that up. Mini-boss tower Kirby. Mid-boss tower, and it's... Yeah, well, actually, it's in Dreamland 3, kinda. Yeah, the first time we got a real mini-boss tower again was Nutty Dune since Adventure, which was kind of supposed to fake you out and think Nutty Noon was the final stage, but... Let me see. The original Kirby's Adventure. And again, it is interesting how in the Japanese, there's a lot clearer of a distinction between mainline and non-mainline Kirby games, and that all the main ones are Hoshi no Kabi, all the non-main ones are just Kabi. Oh, okay, it's Hoshi no Kabi, Yume no Izumi no Monogatari. It's in Kirby of the Storms, the story of the Fountain of Dreams. Okay. I hope so. Because at least we can see that new mid-boss, the Crystal mid-boss. And I imagine we will at least get sort of Crystal versions of some of the main bosses. Maybe. It would make sense. Let's go across. No, there's a HAL Room in here somewhere. And stupid. Yeah. I do remember also reading on Kirby that Return to Dreamland's extra mode added a lot of enemies that were not in the original extra mode, to make it even more difficult. So I wonder how many of the Scarfies and Robo-Scarfies, I don't know what those things are called. The enemies that are basically Scarfies, but robot. And stronger, were in the original EX mode in those locations as well. Yeah, the main thing is just, if we get a new copy ability, or even if we don't, I will say that out of all the Kirby gimmicks, that the one I enjoyed the most, I never played Robobot. I hope they give us a Robobot remake because I actually need to play the game. Come on. The one I enjoyed the most was Mouthful Modes. Sand is so ridiculous. Okay. Okay. It's just... It's hilarious how much damage they let Golem Smasher do for just no reason. It's so overtuned. Yeah, but, well, the big thing is that... I don't think they ever specifically said it, but I'm pretty sure that you don't actually need to beat the entire base game to unlock Starcross World. Because they're all based off of individual levels. I imagine that you can unlock it from the start, but you've got to beat the corresponding level to it. Okay, this is fun. We gotta make the staircase slowly but surely up. Well, we messed up that time. Oops. Let's see. Will this room reset? I don't like this. Yeah, I really, really love the 3D gameplay. And even though the time slow dodge is honestly more than a little cheap, so to speak, I also enjoy that aspect, in part because it... I feel like in my experience, Forgotten Land has maybe not the highest skill ceiling of a Kirby game, but the one that I enjoy the most in that you can... Oh my goodness, I didn't think Geyser would break me like that. Oh. Okay. Let's take you down with water spits. There we go, very, very nice. But you can get really, really good, especially with... Oh, I should have just surfed. Well, whatever. And let's be silly and just use Rainbow Rain. Oh! If we want to break this off, and there wouldn't be any reason for it, we just need to use Fountain Hover. But you can get really, really good at the 2D ones and do things like beating Soul Melter EX Plus and Star Allies without any abilities, which is beyond me. And get really good at the spot dodges. But it's not as fun to me, especially since the payoff isn't as stupidly good as learning enemy attacks to reliably iframe dodge and counter, especially if you got, you know, sword or hammer, any of the abilities with really good counters. Oh, yeah, that and Ranger. In Forgotten Land, what I really want them to put out is either, and, you know, hopefully both, either a Kirby Clash game with the 3D engine, which would be really, really nice, especially since a lot of the Forgotten Land bosses are just really, really fun to fight. Really good abilities, and okay, well, okay. I should have seen that coming. Come on. Or kind of a Star Allies equivalent. In a certain sense, I think Forgotten Land is kind of our Return to Dreamland in that it's on the more vanilla side, because the 3D itself is kind of the gimmick right now, and that will get more sort of high-concept 3D games in the future. Yeah, yeah. The thing I really like about Magolor Epilogue is that I actually got spoiled a bit ahead of time, and, well, I'm dead. That there'd be the Master Crown as a boss, and that it was a tree. But until I actually saw it, it didn't hit me that it was supposed to be our sort of Wispy Woods reskin for the extra mode. Because, you know, obviously you've got Crown Doomer's Grand Doomer, Rampaging Doomer is Landia, which is really fun. I liked that decision a lot. Then, of course, Electric Duder is Duder, Fiery Puffer is Puffer, and then, of course, Hydriath is Goliath. Which, yeah. Which, again, interesting that we don't get a Metal General or HRD3, but that's life. But the fact that they made their Wispy Woods equivalent the final boss of the mode was just a very, very fun and amusing choice. I liked that a lot. You know, people will joke about Kirby fans having Wispy Woods in every game and not complaining when people mock Sonic games for having, yeah, exactly, Kirby and Sonic mentioned together again. Having a bunch of Green Hill, and, well, in the first place, I don't think that's fair to Sonic either. Also, and did I miss a way to get down there? Maybe. Yeah, I should have used Tornado, shouldn't I? Maybe. But, as I was saying, they really go out of their way in most cases, no, it's from the other side, to try to make the various Wispy Woods type bosses feel fresh and new each time, which I really do appreciate. You know, even when they look the same, they play different enough to have a meaningful reason to exist. The fact that they care as much about continuity as they do, and about having bosses reappear while getting fresh new movesets so that they... I think calling them brand new bosses might be a bit too much, but so they don't just feel like the exact same thing over and over again, so shows how much HAL likes Kirby. I saw a tweet about the difference between sort of the original Sakurai and Kumazaki interpretations of a number of characters, and it is interesting because it's overstated, but I do think there is some truth about... I am... Oh, we messed that up. Oops. That's the block we want to keep. Not paying attention. I've had a busy month at work. But if not for the fact that Pyribbit spent so much time in the background, it would be a pretty fun boss. Though to be fair, part of it is that Triple Deluxe's boss theme, Bouncing Boss Battle, is just undeniably one of the absolute best boss themes in the series. Slept on might be the wrong term, but I do think that Okay, we need to time that. Okay. I do legitimately think that Triple Deluxe has hands down some of the best music in the series. Forgotten Land had a good level of quality, but aside from Roche Limit, which I think is weighed down a bit by not having a real full remix for Chaos Alphaless, outside of, I guess, you know, the funny, silly meme music at the start of Phase 2, which I really do appreciate the fact that they made... Okay, we gotta time this. Made the extra mode actually canon in Forgotten Land in a way that it was not before or since. Okay, cool. Zai Kitty. Oh, you actually... We can take that key from you. I did not know we could do that. Yeah. Because that means, among other things, that Morphonite was effectively quote-unquote canonized before Galacta, which is so many kinds of funny. But, of course, if we get Eon Hero Dark, or any other kind of Galacta in... Oh... Forgotten Land DLC, I guess we'll get both of them canonized effectively in the same game. The real question is just what they do with their first fully original Kirby game on Switch 2. And yeah, in my opinion, either a Kirby Clash to hopefully get a number of other bosses reinterpreted in 3D, or one day a 3D Star Allies so that we can get a bunch of other characters in. Now, the real question is, when we eventually get another Star Allies type game, what kind of moveset Alphalin is going to have? Because obviously there's going to be some kind of Fecto Alpha stuff going on. And the most obvious thing to do would be to just give in the spear and this sort of Elden Ring meteorite of a Stell attack, but let's go get that there. Oh, fair. Given DD Detour... Well, a lot of it is honestly, to me, just the fact that Dark Meta Knight is gone for good at the end of DD Detour. Well, to be fair, you could probably have said the same thing at the end of Amazing Mirror, since he shatters there the same way. It's just, no matter what, he just always gets better. And then appearing as a dream friend in Star Allies. Yeah, maybe it's a Kid Icarus Uprising Medusa thing, where each Dark Meta Knight is actually different. You're just another clone created by Dark Mind. Because, yeah, in Kid Icarus Uprising, the Medusa who shows up is eventually revealed to not be the original, but a clone of the original made by Hades. That is a good game that I really hope they remake on Switch 2, because the mouse controls really seem to be setting that up to me and to a lot of other people. The real question is, I suppose, where they would put the funny character dialogue portraits, because there isn't a second screen anymore for them to put those on, but it is what it is. Yeah, either way, if you have any interest, check out the Discord link in the description. I've been meaning to add a Kirby channel. I really should. But, yeah, no pressure, but we talk about interesting things sometimes. And if nothing else, it gives schedules. Yeah, exactly. I think there's a non-zero chance that I have to do another Kirby stream just because those platinums are god-awful to get. We'll see what happens. Yeah. When I first started doing extra mode here, the controller I was using, because I didn't use this 8-bit controller for the... Oh, okay. The flower. Yeah. Honest to goodness, I wish DD Detour was canon. I enjoyed DD Detour. But what really feels missing from Star Allies, when I'm surprised they didn't add, to be honest, was sort of a DD Detour Meta Nightmare Returns type mode for Bandana D. Because outside of two-player mode, there is no way to use that moveset, which again also makes me wonder whether they're going to add Spear as an ability for Kirby to use, but one way or the other. I just hope the game is good, and it probably will be. Well, I mentioned making a Pokemon channel, and certain parties said that it wasn't necessary, and that it was normal enough to not... Come on. There we go, spit that back at... That was so narrow. I think the berry move is a little bit faster in EX mode, maybe. Yeah, sleep, no thank you. Whip is actually pretty good in these fights, because you can grab and throw the spears. Okay, Golem Smasher. I only missed. Oh! Cannon. Annoying. Come on. Did not notice that Gigatsu because I'm dumb. Come on. Let's be... I didn't expect that to hit me. Come on. Come on. And... Get over here. Get over here. Keep trying to use... Golem Smasher on everything, and it really is not warranted. Oh my goodness. Come on. Really good attack, though. And... do it again. Come on. And... oh. Gonna come in the foreground, and... that attack's good. More than it has any real right to be in. I hate that attack. Come on. Get over here. And... there we are. Maybe I'm relying too hard on one attack. Oh, I was gonna say Irukatori. But those are, at least the final one's simplified Chinese version. Okay. Yeah, I know a little bit of kanji using languages. Yeah, exactly. Fun quiz question. What are 3 languages that use Chinese Hanzi other than Chinese? And the answer is Japanese, Vietnamese Chunom, and... wow, we failed that goal game. Japanese, Vietnamese Chunom, and Korean. Oh, interesting. Ah. Well, I find it interesting that Dark Mind is presumably sort of Zero's Mirror World counterpart, because Dark Nebula is a Dark Zero. But then again... I like to forget that Squeak Squad exists. That said, Squeak Squad has one of the most impressive levels of Kirby continuity, which a lot of people forget about. Which is that since you go to Orange Ocean, since Orange Ocean is part of Secret Sea, or really it's more an implication that Orange Ocean is part of Secret Sea and Squeak Squad, the Halberd, when the Halberd goes down in Squeak Squad, I mean in Superstar, it's rising again in Squeak Squad that allows it to actually be around for future games. Yeah. I think... I saw someone say, of course with no real backing, that maybe we could get a Zero boss fight in Starcross World. Again, the fact that it looks like Jamba Hearts can mean a lot, but it can also mean nothing. Again, I think Galacta is the safest bet, and I would be happy with Galacta. But we'll see what happens, and ooh, let's get our food, and not die. Oh, not the Crash Bomber. Unpleasant. Oh, baby. And I believe it's gotta be Stage 3 that has the super ability stuff, right? I imagine. There we go. Come on. And for a second, I was worried. And, you know, actually, let's get... never mind. I guess we lost our ability. Let's... oh, we can't... oops. There's no door there or anything. Right, right. But that's what I mean is just the naming convention, that you have characters like Shadow... well, it's not... it's Shadow DDD, not Dark DDD. You know, sometimes they're dark because they're connected to the mirror, sometimes they're dark because of dark matter, and, you know, who knows how? Who knows how? It... honestly... and of course, they could only put so many in the game anyway. But I do think it was a missed opportunity to not have Shadow Kirby in... oh my goodness. Oh. Shadow Kirby in Star Allies. It... really, they should have added Prince Fluff. That would have been amazing. Epic Yarn is actually... I think it's the first Kirby game I really played, and you're kidding. Stupid Hell Candle Bronobert. Oh, okay. Now I see. Yeah. I suppose, especially given, though I'd have to look into what it's actually translated on, the whole Dark Nebula / Dark Zero being the ruler of the underworld thing is... You know, presumably it's... Though to be fair, we don't actually... Nothing is ever stated about whether 0-2 and Kirby Crystal Shards is a resurrected version of Zero from Dreamland 3 or something else entirely. It... You know, for all we know, Dark Nebula is the same kind of thing with... Well, if they are connected, just Zero's next resurrection. Right, but it... Morpho's more of a Psychopomp type character. You know, fairy souls to the afterlife kind of thing. And is this the one with the HAL Room? I know that there's a HAL Room in 7-2. And it's a new one added in the remake only. Are we gonna get that one? It's HAL Room in Deluxe. Dangerous Dinner. And in the 5th area, after reaching the door, all the other ceilings. It's the first area. You have to wait 86 seconds, because, yeah, 8, ha, 6, ru, it's... Oh. Gojuon. Japanese numerical world prey. Which is kind of like Hebrew gematria, and... Wow, that was embarrassing. Yeah. Well, Necrodius or Necrodeus being... A lot of that... A lot of people say that in retrospect, Mass Attack was kind of meant to be a final saving throw for Kirby. The fact that Kirby almost dies in is kind of a reference to the fact that due to Kirby GCN, because it came out before Return to Dreamland. One of the craziest things I remember was seeing ads for Wii Return to Dreamland on the 3DS eShop. That was such a weird time in Nintendo history. Right when they were getting into just actually using the internet for things. But, yeah, just the fact that the 3DS and... The 3DS and the original Wii had a certain period of coexistence. I think saying it feels wrong might be wrong. But it kind of does. But as I was saying... Oh... Since Kirby GCN had 3 failed drafts and none of them materialized... Let me see. Just got a wall queen. Toss those darts. Come on. There we go. Simple. Ninja. Yeah. It was just sort of... Well, it was kind of like how the original Final Fantasy was... called that, if I recall correctly, though that might be apocryphal, because, you know, it and Sakaguchi in general were sort of, this is our last attempt at making a game or we go bust, and then we all know what happened. They went bust and we never had to play another Final Fantasy game again. But... Or High Jump. I feel, in a certain way, as if High Jump should have been in more Kirby games. It's a weird ability, but it's fun to use. And I really do enjoy the challenge in Dreamland for High Jump. But, well, I'm done. It being in... Yeah, an extra mode also makes certain obstacles move faster, I read. Which, I hope it's that one, and I'm not just being stupid. But, the fact that it's in the game is, in no small part, a reference to Adventure, which is the only other game this one appears in. Yeah, it... Forgotten Land took some time to come out, but at least wasn't... Okay, we need to charge up a rocket jump so they go faster. That's crazy. Because, well, Superstar came out at a pretty decent time. So did Triple Deluxe, and to a lesser extent, Robobot. But... Oh, goodness. Charge it up so we go faster. Yep, we just had to go for the full rocket jump. And we... What?! Okay, so we have to stay on the edge, so we don't have to go as much to the side. This is ridiculous. You know, do I feel bad and dumb for dying a bunch in a Kirby game? Obviously. Do I feel less bad since this is extra mode and a harder extra mode than the original extra mode? Yeah. Okay, I knew that Dreamland 3 came out at a stupidly late time, but I did not know that was true of Superstar, but... Yeah, I knew that Adventure came out, well, I mean... Hoshi no Kabe Yume no Izumi no Monogatari came out at a very late time on the original NES. Yeah, the original family computer, I'm sorry. Okay. They've beaten my rear end in the Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe upgraded EX mode. Okay. Come on. Recoil kind of crazy. But yeah, as I was saying earlier and interrupted myself in saying, when I first started playing EX mode, since I was using the controller, using it with the Elgato, when I played the original mode, it was just by myself on the Switch Lite 2 years ago. For a second, there was an issue where when I started a Super Inhale, I couldn't manually stop it until it canceled itself after 5 or so seconds. And I realized that the reason was a feedback loop of death, and... Okay, well that... We gotta die on purpose. No, it came back, actually. Thank goodness. Don't have to lose any more lives. But... the rumble that would be triggered by the Super Inhale was triggering the motion sensor of the controller and continuing the Super Inhale. So I had to just turn rumble off. It was amusing. But, yeah, and then of course Kirby GCN never came out. Yeah, exactly. The reason I'm a Kirby fan and a Metroid fan is because both games never got a GameCube entry. No! It's both of them missed an important console, because Metroid never had a 64 game. Of course it had a GameCube game. How did I literally just forget about Metroid Prime? I need to be taken out back and shot. Okay. Yeah. Triple Deluxe. Triple Deluxe is a great game. And that is the one thing about Spark. You don't have any dash attack. So this is going to be the HAL Room, so I gotta wait 86 seconds. Okay. It's another HAL Room back in... You know what? Let's use fire. That's an attack with iframes, and you know what else is an attack with iframes? Tornado. I've talked about this before, but I really, really like, honestly, how... we got our cracker launcher. How in... Forgotten Land, they reduced ability moveset sizes so that they could make them feel more distinct and have their own specific uses and not really compete with each other. You know, as cool as... Okay, so now, it's not going to do anything. Gotta wait for 86 seconds, and we'll get a HAL Room. If I recall correctly. But it made him feel a lot more distinct, and... Well, really, there aren't any abilities with stupid amounts of iframes, which, again, was a good decision. I would believe. But yeah, Tornado doesn't have iframes in Forgotten Land, but it, as well as Needle, gets the whole, you know, better at returning drop stars type thing. I also really like how... And they did this only before in Kirby 64, as I'm sure some of you know. The fact that anything that isn't explicitly a drop star gets spat out as its original enemy, original object. Which also helps keep things interesting. Gives it a bit of visual flair. And of course also, DDD's design in Forgotten Land is based on his Kirby 64 design. What really wows me, to be honest, is... Because I didn't know this until I learned at least a modicum of Japanese. The fact that King DDD and Waddle Dee, those words have no connection at all. Because in the Japanese, Waddle Dee is just Waddle Dee, but in the Japanese, DDD is Dedede. They have an entirely different pronunciation. There's not really any connection at all. I hope this is the HAL Room. Yes, it's the HAL Room. Imagine if it wasn't and I was just an idiot. Well, I am an idiot. It's just also the HAL Room. Nice for them they give us an invincibility candy. Oh, and we even got a few bonus star coins. Nice. And use that up and not down to the crash bombers. Okay. Back when Kirby Triple Deluxe was first being announced... Oh, and we got more scope shot music, and this is... A bonus Monster Flame segment? Oh, you're kidding. That's cool. So what's the normal stage like then? And here we go. Hope those star coins don't just vanish. They might though. But and the Japanese Monster Flame is called Dragon Storm, which means that arguably Draconic Flame and Forgotten Land is somewhat a reference. Here's our HAL logo. Sorry, Broom Hatter. You've been sentenced to death for unspecified criminal actions. Yeah, there are a lot of abilities that could stand to be in more games, but the fact that they aren't in a lot of games is what makes a lot of them special. And the big one I'm thinking about is cleaning, to be honest. Yeah, and look who's got max lives. Not for long. And now... Yeah, and we get to keep Monster Flame here. Hammer and Tornado. Oh, for the mini-boss sequence. That's fun. Oh, but of course we gotta switch to Super Bonkers. There we go. So that's just switch from one super ability to another. That's fun. So now we gotta pull the hammer out. That said, I wonder if you could do this with Monster Flame. Maybe. Because I imagine you can break some of those blocks, but it's kind of something I want to test, to see if it's hard-coded to only work with a certain super ability. Okay, this would not work with Monster Flame. There's no way this works with Monster Flame. Yeah. It's fun that they put it in there, but it really is just to kill that Super Bonkers. Yeah, I liked Star Allies, but I will be the first to admit that if you're not someone who's an established Kirby fan, the game is not as interesting as a lot of the others. Because it really is all about just, look, you get to play as all these boss characters, we gave them all these movesets partially based on other abilities. And if that doesn't entice you, well, it's just a shorter Kirby game made longer by DLC that is also sort of mostly lore fan service. Yeah. Yeah, and like I was saying, it would be really nice to get a guest star character type game like Star Allies in 3D. Because, among other things, I would really like to see a lot of the characters who didn't come around the first time, like... The real question is just what Prince Fluff would look like as a guest star character. But... yeah. But there was so much love put in all those movesets, and the big thing is really just the fact that... And though you can't have them all at once because they rely on you having certain elemental infusions, the fact that Marks gets access to with various moves, basically his full boss moveset, but of course only parts of it at a time. Because I think it's Bluster that gives you the Shooter Cutter. And of course, one of the best parts about Kirby continuity is just the fact that... oh... you have this continuity between all the soul bosses and the type of abilities they have. You always get these variants on Deadly Bounds, Deadly Sun, Shooter Cutter. Start with Marks, move on to Dracia Soul. That is what's most interesting to me, the fact that Dracia Soul honestly codified what soul bosses would become when, like I said before, in Japanese, they distinguish very strongly between mainline and spin-off Kirby games. All the mainline ones are Hoshi no Kabi. All the spin-offs are just Kabi. But Canvas Curse is, well, it's Power Paintbrush in Europe, which is why it's Rainbow Curse's Rainbow Paintbrush in Europe, but in the original Japanese it was Touch Kirby, and in the original Japanese Rainbow Curse was Touch Kirby Rainbow Deluxe. Yeah, I believe it was Eline and Shadow Kirby who they passed over. No, they mentioned Galactonite. And the wiki says that the rule that prevented Galacta getting in was a rule they made up sort of in the process saying no characters who were introduced in a remake would qualify. Which, I wonder to what extent they would have qualified Rainbow Curse as a remake. And then, of course, eventually they ended up not having any spin-off characters, and it was only mainline. Yeah, specifically spin-off characters would be fun to have in another Star Allies type guest star focus game. Because like I said, Epic Yarn was honestly the first Kirby game I really played. And it'd be interesting to see what they made him look like in a game that wasn't all Yarn outlines. I think the easiest thing to do, and probably the one that would honestly look the best, would be to make him just a ball of yarn, kind of like, you know, Yarn Yoshi. Yoshi's Woolly World. In retrospect, well, not even in retrospect, it was already really funny that they gave us a Yoshi's Woolly World stage before the official name of that game was ever announced. You know, not just before the game came out, but before we even got an official name for that game in Smash Brothers. Classic silliness. And maybe I am a big dum-dum. And gotta hop up on top. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna get quote-unquote playable Galacto when we get... Oh. Oh, yeah, I forgot that you can see the Star Rift in the advancing wall. So what do we want to use? Let's go for Mecha. I like Mecha. But, as I was saying... When we probably get Spear as an ability and Galactonite Lance Spear as an upgrade. Okay, come on. And... I like this attack a lot. And well, okay. And this beam will not hit reliably. Well, I'm dead. Okay, okay. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Adeline is Adeline and Ribbon. So that alone... You know, Ribbon wasn't in Dreamland 3. Unless I missed something there. You know, I miss a lot of things. It wouldn't surprise me. But... yeah. I really like how Kirby lore is very in-depth and something that the devs care a lot about. But it's also something that you don't really need to engage with if you don't care about it. The games make perfect sense, even not engaging with the lore. Okay. Just guard that. Yep, yep. And... we even connected with that beam. Come on. Oh, please. Yeah. Well, to be fair, a lot of that was presumably because we already had representation in the game by way of... Oh my goodness. Maybe Mecha's bad. By way of Pitch and Nago and Choo-Choo showing up in Cleaning's moveset. And... though, I suppose that wouldn't necessarily stop them. They could just do something like how in Spirit Train and Smash, Alonzo shows up to drive the train of two Links currently fighting, but even still, be kind of strange. Yeah, also just... I feel like it would be hard to differentiate Shadow Kirby from normal Kirby in a way that would make sense, and not feel kind of dumb. As it's sort of... Shadow Kirby uses abilities in gameplay, so it'd be weird to either not give Shadow Kirby access to copy abilities, or just outright... You know, if Shadow Kirby has copy abilities, well, what's the point of having Shadow Kirby as an additional character as well? Really, and I say this as someone who still, unfortunately, has not played Robobot, I think Suzy was probably the most interesting moveset, especially since... Yeah, because they couldn't really do anything Hypernova with Taranza. I guess they should have tried. But the fact that they used the business suit as sort of a proxy for adding the Robobot armor. I'm doing alright. I'm not sure how Kirby is. He's got nearly maximum lives, but he's lost a bunch in the process. Lots of pain and suffering on Planet Popstar. Well, actually, it's Halcandra now, but... There we go. How are you doing? So you're done with your very important business? That's good. Either way, what I do honestly find very interesting is just what the difference is or might be between just the Shadow... Oh, that's fun. A game, or Shadow Kirby, or... The Shadow Kirby's and, say, Kirby Fighters, which have, you know, the purple void texture. How they differentiate between the, you know, charcoal black Shadow Kirby we see in, well, Amazing Mirror and cameoing in Star Allies. Jidojo. That's fair, but some of that was also just presumably the fact that they had to figure out a unique moveset. That wouldn't have just been the Meta Knight ability, Meta Knight moveset that already existed. And to be fair, I imagine that part of it is that Dark Meta Knight already had a bit of a mirror-type moveset with Dark Meta Knight's Revenge in Triple Deluxe. I also thought, because I paid attention to some of the Japanese coverage of Triple Deluxe when it was first coming out, and of course, Kirby Superstars, Kirby Super Deluxe in Japanese. I thought, you know, if Super Deluxe became Superstar, maybe Triple Deluxe becomes Triple Star, and we get Daroach, and of course that didn't happen. Then we got Daroach and Star Allies, and everything was good. Come on. The beam isn't even all that strong, which is the craziest part. And what are we gonna do besides a shotgun? It's pretty good. The hitting those HAL Candledees with Mecha was not as easy as it should have been. Ah, I love this stage. Gotta remember that we can go into the planet at some point, because that's the whole going into the moon door, and we can also get shot by the bow enemy and die. If they could add Festival from Star Allies, what they really should have added was Ranger. I mean Archer. They already got the bow enemy. They could have given it an ability if they did it like that. But they didn't, and that's okay. Come on. Come on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what they really should do for the next Star Allies type Dream Friends game is give us sort of a Bandana-D equivalent with an Owufi. An Owufi with some kind of weapon. Now that would be good. Oh my goodness, let's not die here. The real funniest thing about Star Allies is the fact that Dark Meta Knight has just these childish doodles. That, I can't believe I didn't think about that. Yeah, not having Animal in Forgotten Lands is kind of a missed opportunity, though to be fair, they'd have to give it to pretty much every enemy. But the big thing to me is one thing I really liked about Forgotten Lands level design is that generally outside of mini-boss encounters, there was only ever one ability available in a given area because each area was designed around using essentially one specific ability's moveset, which ties into what I said about how by simplifying the abilities, they also differentiated them to a greater degree than in previous games, at least post-Superstar games where the movesets got a lot more in-depth. And, let me see. It's gonna be this segment with a wing where we can... Oh my goodness, I don't have an ability. Let's get Spear. I didn't want that. Okay. Go away. Which, one thing that does stick out to me going back to previous Kirby games after Forgotten Land, and it's not a design flaw, just a design difference, is that you have just multiple ability enemies showing up, and aside from cases where, you know, you fight a mini-boss and use its ability immediately after, rarely do you have all that many segments that use the moveset of a specific ability. And to be fair, because the movesets are a lot wider and therefore less distinct, it would be harder to make specific areas that at length use a specific ability and make them interesting, but even still. Yeah, Yeah, with more dev time or more resources, imagine if, at the end of Darroach Guest Star, for example, you just actually fought Dark Nebula. Or fought a version of 02 with Ribbon and Adeline, especially since they even give you the Crystal Gun. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. And here we go. Oh, and it's Jubio, right? Yeah. This is a good one to fight with Spear. Come on. And... okay. Don't like moving terrain, though. Come on. Oh, please. Let's get this. And this was originally food, of course, but this is extra mode. Come on. Oops! I'm stupid. But, like I said, and I do appreciate the fact that even if I honestly prefer 3D Kirby, that they're not abandoning... This is even better fighting Dubior. Not abandoning 2D Kirby just because they know how to make 3D Kirby now. Yeah. It's very clear that most of the dev resources in Star Allies went to making the Dream Friends and the music and all, which is a legitimate approach, and it's still a fun game. But, again, unlike the other Kirby games, it's mostly a good game in the context of being someone who likes Kirby and enjoys seeing a lot of the Kirby characters be usable as playable when they previously were not. This is good, too. Okay, let's make sure we get you. Oh, there we go. Let's get Spark before you fall. Cutter's good as well. Like I said before, just the fact that the abilities are all so distinct in Forgotten Land is undoubtedly one of its greatest strengths. And I think they did one of the best jobs with Cutter. And I honestly like a lot the fact that you can't really manually aim Cutter. The fact that you have to, well, manually curve Cutter, you have to throw it behind you and jump over it as it returns after charging if you want it to hit an enemy with more distance on that backswing. Yeah. Oh, that specifically is an outright reuse the Dream Friends and their movesets. That would be smart, and then focus on expanding their individual modes. Yeah. But that said, of course, it'd also be nice to just get more Dream Friends to begin with. In particular, like I said, Galacta, Prince Fluff, ones who didn't get in the first time. And so when and how are we going to get into... Because I know this is the one where we can go inside. It's the planet here. We approach it. Yeah. Yeah, I am the last person who will ever get on a dev's case for asset reuse. I'm literally a Dark Souls fan. Come on. Come on. Because people were saying, oh, look how such and such totally changed all the animations, made a new grass-burning animation and all. And then FromSoft, stupid FromSoft, is reusing the same door-opening animation years in. And it's just, yeah, well, that's called smart development. You don't need... You get one door-opening animation, why do you need another? You don't fix what isn't broken. Time spent redoing your door-opening animation, adding a new grass-burning physics calculation, is time that could be spent, making new bosses, making new enemies. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to reinvent opening the door every single time you make a new game. And I know that it's in here. Where we went inside the planet here. What is it, this one, or... Dangerous Dinner 3. Let's find that door. Dinner 3. Hidden area. Let me see. Very last room, sky above the stage exit. Well, that's different. Okay, it's actually in the very last room. Okay. Yeah, guess who misremembered this game? Me. It will happen again. Ouch. Come on, come on. Yeah. Yeah, and exactly, you know, they went ahead and reused the Return to Dreamland engine for Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot, and therefore were able to add Hypernova, the Robobot armor, and just new gimmicks instead of reinventing the wheel. Yeah! And frankly, the best thing would honestly be... Oh, okay, right, it was under here. Just making a game where Marks would have access to his entire moveset without having to rely on elemental infusions. I like a lot how the Dream Friends are deliberately kind of overpowered. But yeah, just the fact that you need that elemental infusion to access, you know, Shooter Cutter, the laser. What's really interesting is how the real Mark's laser is actually limited to team attacks. Which I actually didn't know, because I never used them. I played that game single player. I actually played that game on a school band trip originally through. And one of my friends, it was actually one of the guys I played Dokapon with last year. He just got his teaching degree the other day. Good for him. But wanted to do a two-player with me, and I, as a stupid, very selfish high schooler, didn't let him. Yeah, one of my greatest regrets, not playing through Star Allies with a friend the first time around. But yeah, exactly, the game that's all about playing with friends. I played by myself. This says something about me. Not anything good. And this is the one where we cut the volcano in half. And then the first level, we cut that hill in half, because it all comes full circle. So now... Oh, we got the tuber. And now... Who's coming? You. So if we don't let them drop on us, and they'll hit us from below. And oh my goodness, that was bad. It was bad. Kinda. Exactly. And then maybe a little bit of water for the fire truck. And we gotta catch you. There we go. And where is that? Okay, the key door's in the next room. Especially when Whip was already in the game anyway. And we can't hover. Oh my goodness, and we're so close to death, and now the key is... Now I need to restart the stage. Oh. That was terrible. Oh. Okay. See, that's what's annoying, when you need to carry something from a previous room. Kill them. Mm-hmm. Maybe I am going to kill and eat Shinya Kumazaki. Do you think it would taste like a Maxim tomato? I never played the original Air Ride, but it's going to be interesting to see Air Riders. But I will say, and I imagine a lot of people who pay attention to Kirby these days are kind of similar in that, you know, as good as Superstar is, especially since I really enjoyed Forgotten Land, probably my favorite. A lot of the people I know who played Robobot say Robobot's the best, or at least the one they enjoyed the most, but of course I haven't played it yet, so I have no frame of reference, unfortunately. As in, one of my friends who's played Forgotten Land and Robobot says that he likes Robobot better. He likes it Robo better. But my best Kirby memories came from after Kumazaki. Yeah. One thing that I find... Oh, okay. I need to take a better look at that. Because it has been a very, very long time since I did his guest mode. Well, given that it's also got a Meta Nightmare mode, I can see that very much. The big thing to me is just... Oh, goodness. The fact that in retrospect... Superstar Ultra is more of a sort of Kumazaki formula-type game, to wit, than Return to Dreamland was, even though, of course, both were Kumazaki. Because in that you have the soul boss in the true arena. Only in the true arena. You've got the night type boss at the end of the bonus mode with Meta Nightmare. Whereas with Return to Dreamland, you've got the soul boss at the end of the EX mode. And the true arena has the night type boss. And every game since, it's been night boss at the end of the mode, like with Galacta again, and Robobot, Morpho and Star Allies, Dark Meta Knight and Triple Deluxe, and then, of course, the soul boss comes with the arena. And, of course, you know, you can't really call it a formula when it's only been 1 or 2 games, and I imagine that they varied it because the formula hadn't been established yet, but, you know, now there is the formula only retrospectively. It's, if Star Wars wasn't Star Wars Episode 4, well, it wasn't... A New Hope wasn't Star Wars Episode 4, heck, it wasn't Star Wars Episode 1 until you got Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, imagine the hubris of outright saying, yeah, you know, this is my first game, and I'm calling it such and such 1 because I know I'm making a sequel. I'm sure someone's done that. That wouldn't be me, though. And, you know, if we got sand, let's use sand. Yeah. I did not know that this was the best ability in the game until the other day. Come on. Come on. And, oh, that didn't hit. That did not hit. Oops. Oh, but this would be a good attack to use on you. Very good. Also, just the leap. And, okay. So strong with basically no drawback. Like, whose idea was this? Well, of course, to make it strong on purpose is a sort of other kind of easy mode, but that's life. Boom, boom. And here we go. Ugh. And sand pile, and let's grab Spark again, and not miss the key this time. To be totally honest, I think what that means is that I should die on purpose in the tuba room, so that I don't end up losing the key, or at least having to worry about carrying the key on a sliver of health. Maybe. We'll see what happens. Oh! Or just the next Kumazaki game in general. Because Forgotten Land, and again, I appreciate very much the fact that Forgo Dreams and therefore Chaos Alphaless, and yeah, Soul Forgo, quote-unquote, is canon, had, you know, a DDD-type boss. It is so funny to me that the best ability, arguably, in Forgotten Land is just an upgraded Toy Hammer. Because, like I said before, I've been going and just doing 1 Ultimate Cup Z run a day for, you know, 3 rare stones, so I can get even the base forms upgraded. The way I plan on doing things is just, as I go through the crystal levels, when at the start, I'm just going to revert every ability back to base form, which of course will be its plus-star upgrade base form, because otherwise I'll never really have a chance to use those plus-star upgraded base forms. Yeah. The craziest thing about just the Kirby obsession with continuity is the fact that you get, you know, actual meaningful character development, like Magolor seeing the error of his ways, fighting the Master Crone, and then becoming even more evil by becoming Microtrans Magolor. And of course, you know, in a more real sense, Meta Knight and DDD becoming allies with Kirby. Yeah, star allies with Kirby. And just all that. Because it is very interesting that there really is only 1. And then there's Kirby Battle Royale, but we don't talk about that. Only 1 game, and that's just... Well, Blowout Blast is in the end a retelling of the original Dreamland. So is Spring Breeze. Your Revenge of the King is its own thing, but it's not DDD being evil, but just, you know, having one last match as rivals. Nothing got stolen. But only 1 game in which DDD is just unambiguously villainous. It's the very first one. You know, in every other time he's been any kind of main antagonist, it's, well, other than, again, Battle Royale, But we don't talk about Kirby Battle Royale. He's been possessed in one way or another. Yeah. I've mentioned this before, but if I recall correctly, in the official Kirby novelization, they describe Magolor and Marx's methods of magic usage as being different in subtle ways that are only apparent in the Japanese. Very specifically, Marx is Mahotsukai, which is literally sort of magic user, and Magolor as Majutsushi, which is basically user of sorcerous arts, as in one person is... One way you could kind of describe that is sort of the difference between a sorcerer and a wizard in D&D. Which is fun, and it's very funny because, you know, of course, they're both Japanese, it's the main reason. That's also a pretty important distinction in the Fate series, essentially. People who sort of innately use weird and mysterious magic versus people who use magic in a formulaic sense, and they use that specific Majutsushi versus Mahotsukai distinction in there as well. But, you know, because Magolor is, you know, a wizard-type character, I suppose. You know, a schemer. Whereas, you know, even though they end up doing the same kind of thing, there's something that feels more opportunistic about Marx, even though they are, in the end, you know, doing the same thing in the same kind of way. Okay, yeah, these Scarfies definitely got added in extra mode. Gotta wait for that, and jump over you. This is actually kind of tough. Well, sort of innate magic power versus studied magic power. You know, just the fact that Marx is, you know, a silly kind of character. You know, whimsical in a way that Magolor is not. Magolor is industrious, build a theme park, such and such. Strong sense of morals, but, you know, Marx just doesn't care. You know, Magolor is sort of lawful or neutral evil. Marx is chaotic evil, I'd say. And Magolor, neutral evil. Yeah, I would say Magolor went from neutral evil to true neutral, or maybe if you want to stretch it, neutral good. Marx went from chaotic evil to chaotic neutral. Maybe he was already a chaotic neutral. You know, chaotic neutral in the bad D&D kind of player way, and just, you know, you fight everyone in the party just for fun. Not because you hate them, but because you're stupid. It has been so long since I last played D&D. There's been a lot of mismanagement lately, so if I were to run any kind of role-playing camp, tabletop role-playing, I'd probably do it with something like Mage of the Ascension, or another White Wolf system like Exalted. But it really is just a matter of, very rarely is anyone willing to play a system other than D&D, just because of the name recognition. You know, they'll tolerate a ridiculously complicated and homebrewed version of D&D before they'll actually learn a new system, and rarely do they actually even have to do the learning. It's the DM who has to really do the learning. It's just they tell you how to roll your dice. You know, you don't have to really do anything as a player except show up and roll the darn dice you're told to roll. But it's the name recognition that gets people to sign up in the first place. Now, I will never expect my players to ever do anything logistical ever again. To be fair, it has been 4 years since I last ran D&D, and the chances that I ever run any tabletop role-playing again is, I don't know, not as high as I might like, but it is what it is. It'd probably be the kind of thing I'd want to stream anyway. What?! Okay. Died in the super ability section. I need to be put down like a dog. Okay. Not just a dog, a rabid dog. Too dangerous to take to the vet, so you take me on to shed an old yellerman. And the shotgun doesn't work, so you have to shoot me twice. And I'm obviously in a lot of pain after the first spot shot. That's how it has to go. Yeah. In the description for Dark Meta Knight, they don't really say anything one way or another. They just kind of say, oh, it's weird this guy is here, right? It's been a while since I checked that. Yeah. But you see, Tyranza Tyranza never really needed to be redeemed in the same kind of way. Because from the start, his motivation was being a simp with severe depression. But, as I was saying... Right, we can just chop those out, that's right. Of course, I partially joke. Partially. Here we are. I'm seeing him bounce around like that. Now let's not get crushed this time. Important. 99, and goodbye bonkers. So as someone in here, since someone is here who pays attention to Kirby lore, do you count Morpho Knight Sword as a last battle ability, or at least an honorary last battle ability? Because I do. It isn't listed on the official Kirby website with all the others, but given the fact that you get it right before Ultimate Cup Z, it's the only thing you really get to use it for, and it, right through your iframes, is deliberately more than a little overpowered. Although not as much as a fully leveled Toy Hammer. I would count it as a last battle ability. It doesn't have invincibility, though to be fair, a lot of the others don't either. In fact, most of them don't. It's got that health regen, you can shoot projectiles with a weapon, with a swingy weapon. It feels kinda like a last battle ability to me. Right, but it... more in the sense of that... Tyranza did what he did in the first place under a certain level of duress. Okay, I did not remember that. Okay, that's unpleasant. Yeah, you know, maybe if it's more Jamba Hearts and Starcross World, maybe it's Dark Meta Knight we see. Yeah, exactly. You know, Dark Meta Knight is explicitly evil and never gets redeemed. But also, he has these funny little childish doodles in his ending. Yeah, you know, he's just a little birthday boy who wants to kill everyone. Okay. It's my birthday. Don't be mean. Would you be mean to a little birthday boy? Hopefully. He deserves it. Okay. And, oh my goodness, right. Stone block, stone block. Ah. There we go. I didn't even think we'd get the second, and we don't need Star Coins at this point. We've got 99 lives. Okay, ouch. Painful. And... come on. There we go. And... the most interesting Kirby lore theory I've seen recently... the game is just so consistently mean to Tyranza. And, well, to be fair, I'm not sure Tyranza knows about the Dark Meta Knight involvement, but the fact that we get original form Sectonia as Tyranza's friend as a mask in Merry Magoland is just so casually cruel. Yeah, he doesn't need redemption because life has been cruel enough to him already. Oh, yep, that's gone. I would prefer to use water anyway. Hello. Oh, right, this is the multi-doomers. I forgot about that. Rainbow Rain isn't bad, especially since we can multi-hit. And... thank you. Oh, alright. Oh, but... they... okay, I was gonna say, do they share an HP pool? They don't share an HP pool. Okay. Come on. Rainbow Rain again, and there we are. Finally, some good use from water. Okay. And that's all of them. Yeah, I get the feeling that I need to do some kind of personal training arc so I can figure out those platinums. It's 2 hours in of the 4 hours I've allotted, so I don't die. And... oh, goodness. So right above the gold door, and oh, look, Don Puffle. Whenever I hear that name, I just think of Club Penguin Puffles. But... still got Churina to do after this, which I don't think should take too much time, given that I'm just gonna cheese it with sand. Another time we're gonna mention Sonic in conjunction with Kirby, but I think some of it might have just been being sealed away. Because they basically just pulled a Sonic 06 shadow on him. That it wasn't... It didn't... They never said that he went mad, and they sealed him away because they meant mad. They sealed him away just because they feared his power. So if anything, it was probably just anger at the world. Into the planet. Not the moon this time. Okay. Skydiving. To be fair, we don't really have any indication of Morpho Knight's motives. I assume you played Shadow Gens in the Mephiles fight in it, right? Such a good fight. Again, I never played 06, but I've seen the Mephiles fight. And it's the Mephiles fights, plural. And it's honestly crazy how much the Mephiles fight in Shadow Gens pays tribute to every aspect of the original Mephiles fight, while also making them, good. And the fact that it's able to basically condense two fights into one makes it a lot easier. Here's Landia. What I really like, honestly, is just the fact that they got our item challenge, got them all. Special stage for one player. How they have a very brief segment, not long enough to overstay its welcome, but enough to pay tribute and use it for some interesting content, where you have to walk around on the sludge without being able to move quickly, but unlike the original fight in 06, where it's just you deal with that for the entire fight and it sucks, it's, okay, you have to dodge one attack while having your movement impeded, and then you get to use Doom Morph and dodge at high speed. Kirby, I believe it's time for the final showdown. Landia truly is one formidable foe. So team up if necessary and use our combined powers to fell the beast. You found 120 energy spheres. Man, I can't believe you found them all. Kirby, you seriously rock. I'm so thankful for all of your help. High five, low five, all that. As a token of my gratitude, I'll let you in on a little secret about this ship. The Lor is a legendary Haltmann vessel crafted by the Ancients. Oh yeah, the interesting Kirby theory I saw is that basically the science side of the Ancients were probably just regular humans. And that, we only ever see the magic side of the Ancients with Highness and the Mage Sisters, arguably, though they don't really count as part of the Ancients. They're the Ancients' foot soldiers. But Highness is almost certainly an Ancient, but the magic side, he's not human, but it's said that incredible power is used to construct it. This same power gave rise to clockwork stars that store the cosmos, so Nova and Star Dream, mysterious items that can bring dreams to life, Star Rot, and countless other legendary creations. Excavated the ship and the volcano where Landia dwells and repaired it, but it's not the only one there. There might be another ancient artifact there, one that lets you rule the universe. If there is, I have a feeling Landia won't be willing to part with it quite so easily. Yeah, I wonder why. That dragon, what a pest, you think so too, right? So hurry up and defeat that dragon for me, Kirby. Okay. And just Jolly Pink. And oh, I keep meaning to tell you this. I knew about you. High five, low five, and all that long before a fateful meeting from Marks. Yeah, exactly. Highness. That's the magic side, Magolor Highness, etc. Well, whether Magolor is an ancient is an interesting question, especially since I literally just realized that Magolor's hat and hood looks like Highness. It took me 8 years. I may be stupid. I really may be stupid. But, aside from being an egg, and being from Halkandra, presumably, we don't know what's up with Magolor. He doesn't look all that much like Highness, even if he's doing a Highness cosplay. It's probably just another alien, tracking the Ancients down. For a fateful meeting, Kirby Puffwell Popstar, the happy-go-lucky hero with the bottomless stomach, word gets around. I even know somebody who knows you quite well, Marks. Even on this world, you're incredibly popular, hee-hee. There may even be some folks here who have fought with you before, how foolish of them. Getting along and being friends makes everything so much easier, don't you agree? Nothing good comes of fighting, let's always stay friends, Kirby. Kind of a weird time to be saying that. Okay. Yeah. One last thing, I may have told you a teeny tiny itsy-bitsy lie. Sorry about that. Oh, don't give me that look. I guess it may have been several lies, but who's counting, right? Wait, the truth is I'm not really from Halkandra. Okay, right. I mean, you've seen this place. It's a dusty mess. I did spend a lot of time traveling different spots around here and eventually discovered the Lor Starcutter by the volcano. The part about me being all alone at Halkandra for a very, very long time, that part's true, but I want you to come here too. That's why I lied. This planet is just too amazing. I want us to do your dirty work for you. It's a veritable paradise of mysterious magic and unknown technology, or so they say. You have magic and tech ancients. Anyway, I want to make things right. There's no better way to do that than to tell you about my lifelong dream. Truth be told, I want to hear the screams of every living being in the universe. Screams of joy, that is, as they visit my very own amusement park. He's going to build Polnareff Land. Have all kinds of surprises, but I have to work super hard to become the manager of an amusement park like that. Maybe I'll start small with my own shop. First, I could sell lots of different items. Okay, this has got to be. This is new remake dialogue. You know, if I do open my own shop, you have to come visit at Kirby while other Kirbys. Again, I think there's a non-zero chance that the 4 heroes who sealed away... Oh, Void Tournament might have been Team Kirby, but of course they need to switch weapons. Yeah. Hook you up with the best steals. My price will be so fair, they're practically a steal, no fooling. Yeah, again, I love the fact that they put a lot of attention into the lore, but it's always unobtrusive. You can play the games just fine without paying any attention to it, but the visual cues and what they imply is always intentional to a ridiculous degree. I guess what I'm saying is no matter where we go, no matter where we may meet, let's always stay the best of friends, Kirby. Good old microtransagolor. And anything else, or... And... Okay. So they're repeating. Yeah, because the Master Crown was used, presumably in part to... I need to look at the ending of... Oh... Because the gem apples were stolen by the Crown Doomer and the Master Crown. Yeah, something. They're gonna reveal eventually that the Master Crown was used to make Merry Magoland. Yeah, exactly. They were just random girls on planets, which... You know, saved from elemental-related weather conditions by Highness. The source of their undying loyalty. Yeah. It is interesting how one of the lingering mysteries in most Kirby games is just, you know, just the alien species in general. In Mage General. Yeah. Let's do this. Guys, it's Pyramid! No. Oh my goodness. Here we are. And I think the Sand Tornado attack is probably going to be our best bet here to hit it in midair. Maybe. If it's low enough, I could hit it with Golem Smasher. Oh, you're purple now, right. Strong as it may be, even the Crown's Guardian Landia cannot fully control the overwhelming terrible power to rule. It smells within its legendary crown, said to be a creation of the ancients. Why Franziska specifically? There are plenty of other Mage Sisters who could be subjected to inhumane treatment if need be. Oh my goodness. Come on. Sandballs are good damage, too. And, okay. Come on. Go for another. No, actually. Good attack. And, oh! Ooh. Come on. Good thing we have a high frame guard. So silly. Oh, okay. That went out faster than I expected. When I played Star Allies, I really like the Mage Sisters. It's interesting to see how that... I know that it's Widowena, who is also characters like Ganyu, which is funny because, you know, also ice. Yeah, exactly. Even uses the burst, who is Franziska's voice actor. 3 Mage Sisters voice actors. And Oh, and yeah, it's Takahashi Rie, who's Flamberge, and then became Hutao, also using fire, and then Yuzuki Ryoka, who nobody I know. Actually... That... I was gonna say... Do I know her from... She was the original Arcuid. They replaced her in the remake for Suki with someone I don't know, but... She was the original Arcuid, that's right. Oh, we can cancel that pretty easily, too. Nice. Said Golem Smasher's gonna be our best bet here now that they're on the ground. This is such a ridiculously overtuned attack. Oh, but they're coming closer now. Okay. Come on. Oh, now they're moving towards us, or? Come on. Well, because Sora is where Sakurai works now. The main thing is Sakurai's making it, and oops. And that does mean that... Okay. I think if you leave the stage, if you die repeatedly against a boss, they actually reduce its max HP behind the scenes without telling you. Oh, Bombco as well. Yeah, if they got Bombco, what if they had FromSoft? Yeah, they should give us a FromSoft Kirby game. Really, if they got... Okay. If FromSoft is making Dustbloods for Switch 2, and I will be playing, they should let FromSoft make a Metroid game. That's what we need. Come on. Especially since... Come on. And... Let me see. We even managed to die from that as well. Nice. One of the best and most beloved things about the original DS1 is the Metroidvania-esque non-linear world design. Well, at least if you pick the Master Key as your starting gift. Yeah. This is because I'm weak, but I honestly don't like Smash Ultimate Marks all that much. There's too much scary and not enough cute. And to be fair, you could say the same thing about Mark Soul, but I don't know. It feels different to me. And... Come on. And now they're coming back out. Let's not fail like this. And let's not die. Oh well, Landia. Now we could... Well, not if we timed it wrong. There we go. Interrupt your charge. And the little baby dragon. Guess who is going to immediately hop on your backs? Me. And the 3 others who aren't going to be here because I'm only playing by myself. Yeah. Maybe I am just easily spooked. Well, I'm definitely easily spooked. I did cower in fear when people had me play FNAF and FNAF 2 tiers of, "Bravo, Kirby, you've truly earned your reputation as a hero. Your help defeating Landia was invaluable." Ah, at long last it's mine. The source of limitless power, the Master Crown. I did not play enough bro. Obtaining this crown has been my ultimate goal all along. Oh my goodness, I didn't make my voice deeper now. What's with all the weird looks, fine? Let me explain everything. They changed the font. So his voice has got to be different. I thought Landia by myself on the wall, so I went to Planet Popstar. That's when the thought struck me. I could have you if you landed for me. Stroke of genius, I know. You even helped me repair my Starcutter. I really did appreciate all that, by the way. Anyway, time has come for your planet. No, the time has come for the entire universe to bow down to me. And for being such a big help in all this, your planet gets to go first. Prepare to bow Popstar. Welcome you over. Okay, I'm done with this. Oh, look. Yeah, we just beat you up, and now they're gonna eat us. Poor Kirby. What a bad way to go out. Yeah. On the Kirby website, Landia is noted as the final weapon, last battle weapon for this game, even though you actually have to use Ultra Sword in Phase 1 Magolor fight after, Landia goes away. Yeah. Guys, look, it's Galactic Nova. Another dimension. How about the same dimension? I'm sick of this. Landia comes to the rescue and Planet Popstar know the entire universe's time of need. The dragon joins the battle with Team Kirby. Star Breath, Burst Breath, Landia Cannon. Spiral Dragon. With iframes! Iframes! We love iframes. And here we go. Come on. And yep, sensitive. Motion sensor means we can charge these up without much trouble at all. Yeah. Yeah. Feels like Gradius to me. Though I enjoy shoot 'em up significantly. They're probably my favorite genre of game. But quite frankly, I'm not good enough at them to play them regularly, especially on stream. And beyond that, I like vertical ones. Best, you know, Toho, etc. Dodonpachi, which I'm probably not pronouncing right. Yeah, Cave, Toho, etc. But they're probably the only genre of game more niche than fighting games. And that's saying something. And is this Lor Magolor just part 2? It's been a while since I did this. Ah, yep, we got more Zako. Cool. Here we are, and I like that they brought these enemies back in Magolor's side mode, especially since it does take place in another dimension. You know, I was gonna say that regardless of, you know, science's many attempts, Yuri pregnancy is not yet a thing. But I don't know. Well, I'm stupid. I guess I had to use Spiral Dragon for that, and we died while using Landia. This is embarrassing. I played Legend of Lunatic Kingdom many years ago, and I recall actually having a harder time with Clown Piece than with Junko. Because Junko is tough, but she's fundamentally a test of fundamentals, whereas Clown Piece, it's all about gimmicks. Also America, so. Yeah, because, you know, I try to keep things PG-13. It's getting harder. But as I was saying, Clown Piece's entire gimmick, which I think only I and a single other person in chat right now know, is just she is a fairy dressed as a clown with an American flag motif, which is maybe accidental political commentary? Probably not. Oh my goodness. You're not slower when you're charging. I'm just bad. Yeah, Marx? Is there communist rebel? Well, in the Japanese, he's just Mark. Though to be fair, I don't know. It's not like I've read any Japanese political literature. On a somewhat related note, I find it very amusing that and the biggest case is just how in every time there's a new American president, there's a Baki chapter that is just Yujiro Hanma absolutely just insulting and flexing on that president. And, you know, of course, Yujiro Hanma has that pact with America because he almost, you know, prevented America, you know, caused America an even greater defeat in Vietnam than they had in real life in Baki. But you have all these amusing anti-imperialist critiques that are happening for, you know, Japanese nationalist reasons. You get that with a lot of Japanese media, and it's always very funny to see it. Oh, hi, Mark. I did not hit her. I did not. I need to actually watch The Room sometime. Some people were watching it in the main dorm room when I was in college one time, and I missed that opportunity. You know, to think back on it, the last movie I actually watched was Godzilla -1, which was very good. I actually saw it with my dad and his middle-aged friends, and a lot of them disliked it, but I liked it a lot because it was, you know, sort of bespoke. It was a period piece and metaphor, in addition, you know, being a cool monster movie, which is... And that's what sets the schlock Godzilla movies apart from the, you know, the original and then the Evangelion Godzilla. I didn't notice. Let me check that. Lor said something was amiss when I met Magolor. Traveled to far-off paradises with ease, so I didn't. Perhaps it hid its true power, wanting to be stopped after stealing the crown. And... Okay. So we gotta do Spiral Dragon. Oh, we can't do the iframe dodge when we're charging. Makes sense. But as I was saying... obviously there's some element of the Crown Zone will, and Magolor mode explicitly confirms that, but I think if you... Oh my goodness, I was not expecting a double. Holy shooter cutter. But, if you attribute everything to Magolor being quote-unquote possessed or bewitched by the crown, you ignore the fact that he has an actual legitimate... Oh, at home, it's nice, we gotta stream a little. Pun intended. How he has a real redemption arc, because he was actually a bad guy. You know, the crown had some role in it, but he was legitimately greedy. He did want to take over the world. And it's not a real redemption arc unless he has the ability to actually be and do evil in the first place. You know, not to say too much about the moral valence of Kirby, but it's one thing just to say no harm, no foul. Redemption is for sinners. Well, forgiveness is for sinners. If someone was never bad, then it's not redemption, it's no harm, no foul. But I'm getting way too into it. I'm distracting myself from this by philosophizing. Come on. You see, the real thing about a shooter is that it's all about the size of the hitbox. We don't have a single pixel hitbox like this is Toho or anything, so... Oh my goodness. Holy Kirby triple deluxe. Though I imagine this attack went up and down through the foreground and background in the original as well. Guess you can only take one more hit, and guess who's dead? Yeah, that... And that does match well with the pause screen dialogue as well. I would conform to that interpretation as well, because again, it is what the pause screen description implies. And well, we can actually... It's faster DPS just a mash, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I'm sure someone has worked it up. And... Let me see. Well, I was gonna say to Spiral Dragon deal damage and then an iframe me. Okay. Come on. And... Yeah. I do like how... Oh, that attack's actually quite good. It's just... You know, rarely am I really going to get a chance to use it. And survival is all about not getting hit by that. Okay. If I aim just right, I could use the backswing to actually recover. After using Spiral Dragon, use that for DPS maybe? But the fact that Magolor mode, also beyond just explaining, you know, micro-transagolor, which honestly didn't even need explanation, but they did it anyway, which is fantastic. Yeah. Oh, you can just go on the top side. Okay, that's fine. Come on. And just stay on the move, stay on the move. Oh well. And go ahead. Fool me once. Yeah. I don't imagine it's meant for this section either. Really? Okay. I hate my life. How'd I... Easy to dodge if you had to, but That definitely has some tracking, right? Oh my goodness. You know, all I'm gonna say is... I was expecting this to not be as hard as it was. I thought it was going to be just a nice, relaxing day playing Kirby. And it has mostly been, and we've had some fun conversations. But there is a part of me that feels embarrassed about my prowess as a gamer, or lack thereof, because of how much my rear is getting readjusted. Okay. Oh. I could make a really crass joke right now that I guess I won't. I don't know. We'll workshop this one. Okay, okay, okay. Come on. Oh! I just immediately change sides for that. 4. Come on, come on. Maybe hitbox, and all I gotta do is, well, not when you're kind of moving around kind of randomly. We spent so long that we actually saw the Lor ores. Crazy. And, oops. Yeah, you could use Landia Rush to dodge that. Any kind of iframes were going. Yeah. Well, that's because he's Magolor, the interdimensional traveler. But, as I was saying, I find it very, very interesting that you've got, you know, Team Kirby and Team Kirby Clash, and then the Kirby copier that DDD makes. But, you know, you're meant to... Team Kirby, you know, they're all Kirbys, they're all real. But all the Kirby copies who, you know, they never really comment on it, are presumably just, you know, sentient beings with their own hopes and dreams. All just immediately vanish, because they have no ontological inertia, so to speak, at the end of Battle Royale. And it's never commented on in any real way. It's just, okay, finally, you know, this affront to Kirby's dignity has finally been remedied. It's just, you know, I don't like it when cute things go away. Or die. You know, morally, I don't like when anything is just obliterated for no reason. They were all so cute. They shouldn't have been held accountable for the sins of their creator, and guess who died again? Yeah, it just... You know, back when I was younger, Gravity Falls was new. You know, I remembered how all those clones escaped of that boy band several times, and they just started living in the woods like goats. You know, that's what I would have liked to see with the Kirby copies, you know. They all just escaped and had, you know, little lives on their own. You see one every now and then. They don't really do anything. They're not heroic like Kirby. They're not going off to save the world. They're not main characters, but you know, every now and then they're eating a cake or something. They're enjoying their lives. I am 23 years young. 2 years past graduating with my useless degrees. Yeah. Yeah. You know, maybe not quite Oji-san territory yet, but I feel that way sometimes. I mean, it feels like yesterday to me, too. It's just... I was also younger then. Okay. Come on, come on. Yeah, that kind of worked. You know, I'm old enough to remember Return to Dreamland, so... It always is weird to see... Think about, you know, am I young or old compared to other people on this platform, and just other people on the internet in general? Because it's hard to say, you know, because they're all those veterans, but also it's sort of a question of... You know, either you get people who grinded for a long time and made hard work substitute for luck or talent, or you get people who, through raw talent or luck, you know, start out at 16 and never work a real job. Yeah, I was a teenager. For someone who watched a bit of Gravity Falls when I was younger. Though to be fair, it was more the first couple of seasons. I kind of fell off after season 2 and in the middle of season... Kind of in the middle of season 2, really. Yeah, only 4 lives lost. That was embarrassing. Okay. Oops. Thank you. Oh, low battery on the controller. Wait, is the controller dead, or... It's not dead. I need to charge it a little, though. Okay, well... So I fell off 75% of the way through. That's fair. The big thing is that I only saw the last episode of Weirdmageddon, and I didn't really pay attention to what happened between the start and, you know, Weirdmageddon. Thank you, Meta Knight. Yeah. From Meta Knight to attack, what a triumph is that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, karaoke of exclusively meme songs. And when I say that, I mean I sing 1, 2, oatmeal 20 times, and then just stop. 1, 2, oatmeal. Kirby is a pink eye. 1, 2, oatmeal, cause Kirby is really cute. Okay, I'm sick of this. It's cool how they get... Did they have a transformation like that for just You know, transforming one color scheme into the same color scheme in base mode. Okay. Yeah, because when I plugged it in, it connected to the PC. Okay. There we go. Let's spark, and I guess we're just gonna use sand again. I don't feel like making this any harder for myself than I need to. It's just, yeah, just give it a mix that only works once. It's just the most overpowered ability in the game is available as many times as you want in the lead-up room. Yeah. Ah, you can see it wiggle. That is unnervingly organic. It's like the Bionicle organic mass they did for the Inika. Yeah, with the All-American Rejects promo campaign. Just Magolor EX is when a dusty tome that Magolor first learned about that legendary item. He'll sound like a fairy tale until he found the lore and began scheming. Some to save the universal lore and Magolor. Okay. It is oddly hard to get the Golem Smasher in sequence, it feels. Yeah, well, it's the battery of the controller. If worst comes to worst, I'll just take a bathroom break and let my controller recharge. It's not a problem. Yeah, but I think another Kirby stream is due for all the challenges after I figure out how to platinum them on EX mode in my own time, because this is brutal. Hi. Oh, what? I forgot that was the black hole. Oops. Sorry, Kirby. Okay. Well. Yeah, it's too late for you, Kirby. I have already drawn you as the Wojak and me as the Chad. There was a parade float in France that I saw an image of that was basically, you know, one of the Wojak variants, but not because it was made based on one of them, but because it was based on the movie that variant was traced from. And a lot of people were just joking about it online, but people were just, you know, no, that they based it off the actual movie, I'm sorry. Which is, you know, better, because if there was a real-life Wojak parade float, I would probably just choose death, but... Yeah, Lawnmower Man. It was Copson. You know, I didn't want to say it. You know, you bring up stuff like that, and I feel like it makes me look bad. You know, there's only so much I need to talk about my own internet brain poisoning. You got him? Oh, nice. Oops! Oops! The funniest thing about the actual movie Lawnmower Man is that it has nothing to do with the actual... It might have been based off of a different Stephen King story. Kind of like how Blade Runner is based off of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, but it's named after a totally unrelated story that nobody really cares about. Because, you know, one is a lot less, I don't know. Not a name that people think is, you know, cool action sci-fi movie, I suppose. And why is Golem Smasher just this good? I'm fine with this. But still. Oh my goodness. But the actual Lawnmower Man short story, which again, I think that's Stephen King, is about, according to the Wikipedia summary. You know, exactly. The real reason I need to start making money from this so I can not have a real job is so I can read more sci-fi short stories instead of just reading Wikipedia summaries. But, as I was saying... Oh, come on. You gonna go for the beam? Oops, oops, oops. I should have iframed that, or just done the jump. Oh well. Is that embarrassing? Obviously. Could we dodge that? Yeah. Could we just stand our guard? Also, yeah. Okay. Come on. And hits most of those. Nice. And we can even change the direction. Nice. Move out of the way, and so good. And now it's time for Grand Doomer 5 Super Ability mode. Fun. Okay. Give us
Oh, let's use Snowball. Well, that's not even a super hot hit anyway. I can't work. Yeah, exactly. I'm ironically brain poisoned. It's different. But, because the original actual Lawnmower Man movie was about, a guy who would, run around and literally eat grass to mow lawns because he was a cultist of the Greek god Pan. But, obviously, the movie is not that. It's kind of like a... What is that attack? Okay, well, that's whatever. This gotta stay a decent amount away, and... Well, it's not like we can hit you. It just bounces off. As I was saying... Unfortunately... Oh, right! And since they can't give us a super... Be funny if they just give us a super bonker's corpse. But, yeah, no, it's just the hammer, that's right. That's... Well, our hammer wasn't big enough to take them all out. Now it is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if only you could break multiple at once by using a bigger hammer swing. That'd be too overpowered, though. But it wasn't Cobson. There was no Cobson in the original. It was... Forget his name, but it was just a random guy who actually mowed lawns. There is no lawnmower in the movie. I love being an insufferable pseudo-intellectual. It's the most enjoyable thing in the world. Yeah. I honestly feel as if, discussion of Wojaks, and also Kirby's Return to Dreamland EX mode. This is incredibly cursed. I heard it said somewhere that, because I saw someone try to make an AI-generated Wojak, and what people said, and I do agree, is that it totally misses the spirit of what a real Wojak is, because the entire point is that it's badly traced from a real image by someone who isn't good at art, but whose heart was filled with so much hatred that they had to make it work anyway. And when you AI-generate it so it isn't based on anything, and maybe even looks kind of good, quote-unquote, to the extent that you can say that, anything that utterly soulless to wit couldn't be beautiful, I suppose. And it's time for our mash attack. No, it's not. We have to hit you one more time. There we go. There we go. Well, yes and no. Okay, I'm shaking. Is shaking gonna work? It says joystick, but shaking should work, right? I have no posts, and I must meme. There we go. I saw some people debating, who would win in a hating competition? AM from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, or... That's one I've actually read. Or Low Tier God. And I don't think anyone... It wasn't like the Mario and Luigi versus Sephiroth situation. I think that there was legitimate debate. What remains of Magolor's essential... Yep, exactly. This suggests that this is when the crown overtook him, just like he said. He's possessed by the woman's power, the Master Crown, imprisoned by the hatred and obsessions. Prior rulers now defeated and free Magolor's soul. And they added that. Magolor's soul. Okay, how about you give me an ability? Well, we're gonna die, so... Presumably we'll just be able to pick up sand and resume from phase 2. As long as we have a full health bar, I think we should be fine with... Oh, well, we could have gotten sand. Ouch. Well, that didn't work. Okay, come on. So this is the moment of truth. Do we have to repeat phase 1? They didn't make us do it with HRD3. It wouldn't surprise me, but at least I know how to do the fight now. EX mode is fun. It's also hard. Yeah, okay, cool. Time for Crown. Yupert Thong. Oh, the reverse flash, yeah. Something, something when you were with your first girlfriend, Barry. It was me, Barry. Come on. Come on. And... okay. And guess you forgot how to dodge that attack. There we go. Guess you remembered how to dodge that attack. Okay. And that attack. Thank you. Guess you forgot how to dodge that attack. I thought the sandcastle could kind of work, but... ooh, you're probably out. That was decent, and where's the beam coming out next? Holy Chaos Alphalets. Okay. Yes, and I know that attack was reversed. Come on. Oh, you don't have a lot of vulnerability windows, do you? We should focus on attacks where we can... oops. Okay. Really is just a question of, should I be using... the Sand Tornado on you? Probably. Probably a Black Hole, honestly. Just... space, power. And... gets rid of that, and a low battery, which means bathroom break. I already know what goes on with that eye in True Arena, and I'm excited to actually see that for myself. Okay, come on. And... sandballs. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hello! Oh, look, it's... Galaxia? Well, kinda. And, well, we didn't hit you there. This is not going to be a successful run. That's okay. You have such a short vulnerability window. Blue fire. Thank you. Ouch. That one was not that bad at all. And go in flare beam mode. Well, that's actually got a nice amount of time. Well, guess we can just camp. That's fun. Not my problem. Yep, skill issue with the ability. Well, actually, technically, Tornado, which has stupid iframes, would be more than. Yeah, because that's the original Galaxia design. That they changed the Galaxia design, but they changed they made Dark Meta Knight have the original design so that it would have some usage in the games, somewhere in the games. If I can carry this home, that would be great. It's not going to happen, though. Well, let me see. I kind of forget how that Sand Tornado works, and it's just... yeah, you just hold it. Okay. There's no special version that I wasn't using. Come on. And, you know, we could dodge it, or we could just use our total iframes. Yay! Come on. And... there we are! There we are. Come on. Oh, food! Oh my goodness. This may be it. This actually might work. And... luckily we can move through those. Okay. Come on. yeah, exactly. Why bother dodging when you can just... sand? Is this cheap? Incredibly. But the alternative is spending 5 billion years to beat this. There we go. Okay, I am going to empty the tank and get a pretzel or something, and then we'll do True Arena, and maybe it won't take the remaining hour and a half, but like I said, I would have to... oh, it's you. And now... yeah, that's not gone for real. That can't be gone forever. I need to review the... You know, I guess I could just go and fight Master Crown again to see that final cutscene, because it's just... You know, it wouldn't surprise me if the Master Crown is used to make Mary Magolor or whatever, but I need to remember essentially how... To what extent it's truly destroyed at the end of the tree fight. Yeah. Hello. Let's see what's going on here. Guess who's back? Back again. Landia's back. Tell Magolor. Oh wait, he's dead. Well. I can charge my... Yeah, the crown is just gone for good after the fight in Magolor mode, right? Probably. Again, I feel like, you know, it would take me 30 seconds to beat that fight since I've got a fully upgraded Magolor. So let's see how that works. Oh, I didn't think about... Well, in that case, we also might get the mini lore that Magolor uses in Star Allies. Let's see what happens. Hey, it's Morpho Knight. I love the fact that, arguably, Morpho Knight is the second character to appear in Kirby. You know, in the Green's intro cutscene in the original Dreamland, depending on how you interpret that. Because technically it's only orange and Superstar Spring Breeze onward. For all we know, it might be a non-orange butterfly, or just an orange butterfly that with no connection to Morpho Knight. Yeah, new DDD skin with flower. Yeah, Morpho DDD. Morpho Knight with hammer. This is where Morpho Knight decided to eventually kill all of us. But it... Though, of course, it doesn't explain Guest Star mode, which... Guest Star mode in the Japanese is actually named Hoshino whatever. As in Hoshino Blade Knight, Hoshino Mage Sisters, or whatever. You know, just like, you know, Hoshino Kabi, so whatever of the stars. But of course that doesn't really translate, because all the Kirby games are just Kirby spin-off or not in English, so that was lost in translation quite literally. But... Oh, okay, fair. Well, I don't know, maybe that's just a mode change. Because the only real canonical appearance of Morpho Knight we get is Forgotten Land. So the one interpretation I can maybe think of what... Yeah, Kumazaki Glazer #1 me. Of why Morpho does what Morpho does is just... Whenever any kind of... You know, obviously what is known is that it shows up at the death of powerful creatures. But the fact that it goes and kills whoever's around, you know, does it do that just as a matter of course? Because the only canonical appearance we get is shows up to absorb Soul Forgo, then tries to kill Kirby. Or maybe just fight Kirby. You know, maybe it's just a battle maniac? I don't know. But, you know, maybe it's also a matter of the fact that Kirby is maybe possibly a reincarnated void, and therefore some kind of threat to the universe in the same way, or... If there's any character whose motives I would like some elaboration on, it is Morpho Knight's. Because all the other characters, it's either explicitly stated, or it's easy enough to surmise just from their actions. Because with Galactonite, it's very obviously just... You know, you lock this guy away just because you were afraid of him, and now he's angry and hates everyone. Understandable. I would probably do the same thing. But, you know, I will fight as I always have. But, oh goodness. Omoto Makiko. And, oh, okay. Shiba Shigeru. Yeah, Ryoka, Rie, Reina are there because they got special tiny voice pips for the Mage Sisters when you wear their mask. That's right. Cute. So yeah, it's on to... Why is DDD sad? I guess I'll run Master Crown one more time in Magolor mode and then try True Arena. The controller can charge up during this time frame, so it's not a problem. Got her. Flare Beam. The real question is, as you may or may not know, there was originally going to be a super ability variant of Cutter that was cut out eventually. Right, but that's kind of the question, is... Why does Morpho Knight fight Kirby? Is it... It's not as if Kirby really aggresses against Morpho. It's just immediately... Oh... Morpho absorbs Forgo, and then Kirby's just there. Okay, cool. And then Morpho just attacks Kirby. You know, is it also because Kirby's a sort of stubborn soul, or a threat, or... Does Morpho just kill everyone in the vicinity after absorbing, you know, presumably souls that have existed for too long and are in need of a timely death? You know, maybe Kirby counts, because if Kirby is a reincarnation of Void, it's presumably an incarnation of Void that went back in time and presumably has some sort of ridiculous or paradoxical lifespan. Yeah, exactly. I think that, you know, Kirby as Void is... Again, it would have to require some sort of time travel, which could mean that, you know, one, Kirby is a threat to the universe, albeit one that, you know, never manifests because Kirby is good. You know, Kirby has the power to threaten the universe, but never would. But, yeah, I could also see, yeah, the Alpha One deal with that. Just... Alpha One also being part of Forgo, Morpho wanting to claim Alpha One as well. Yeah, exactly. Well, also it's just... Morpho wouldn't have claimed the complete soul if only Soul Forgo got eaten, because Alphaless is only complete with Alphaless/Forgo combined with Alpha Win. If that honestly would make the most sense to me, if Morpho's goal is Trader Magolor EX, if Morpho's goal is to claim the entirety of Forgo, that would mean taking down Alpha Win, probably killing Kirby, trying to kill Kirby because Kirby's in the way. True Arena is now available. Can you become a true Kirby master? I don't know! I honestly don't know. Okay, let us fight Master Crown one time. And it's literally just spam the dash. That's all you gotta do. Guess I could pay attention to what certain Kirby. And upward. Details. Only Magolor Surge matters. Let's be real. Okay. Let's watch this whole cutscene so I know how bad... Oh, that... Yeah, like your last dinner. What if it was just sushi? Oh, right, we gotta fight Crown Doomer first. Oops. Okay. Well, we tried. Yeah, Bustable Doomers, Blackwing Subjugator powered by Shards of the Crown after Magolor's Red Fruit. It's payback for making Kirby gather their shit parts. Well, in the Japanese, I imagine the phrasing would be less payback in the sense of the Crown Doomer trying to get revenge and more just sort of, you know, karma. And, well, guess who lost their combo? Me. And... Okay, up to 3. Okay, that's right. Magolor Surge is undoubtedly the best attack in the game. And, well, best attack Magolor has access to, especially against Master Crown, because all its hitboxes. No, it's actually... Yeah, now that he's restored all his powers, Magolor is reborn. Maybe he uses his powers to help others this time, or maybe not. Or at least himself. Flame ends. Well, we got our guard. That's good. Only one attack is needed. Okay. Oh, that's right, we also have bonus health. 1, 2, 3. Nothing like a good iframe attack, and oops. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, I forgot about the diagonal. That's right. You can't. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, that hitbox is stupid too. I thought I actually had to go through it. No. Okay, cool. So let's check out and see what Master Crown was like again. Oh look, I can get the gem apples in the Master Crown. Oh wait, I can't do that. Oops. Grand Doomer is also a hater. Holy crap, guys. Where are we? Yeah. Well, presumably this is... I think people talked about this. Presumably this is, you know, Halkandra pre-destruction. Or maybe Halkandra during its destruction by the Master Crown, presumably. Right. This is where the Master Crown will gain power, but so will the darkness in their hearts. Thanks to the red fruit, it's become a wrathful wreath. Destroyer called the True Crown without a ruler. It's also the name of this song. Ouch. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Yep. All you gotta do is hit those roots. Guys! Well, I guess you could say that this is also kind of, in a way, HRD3. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's literally an HRD3 attack. It's just... Before I ever fought HRD3, I fought Master Crown. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's a good attack here. Come on. Where's that beam gonna go again? Oh, right, the 3D attack. This is a fun one. Legitimately. Down. Up. Down again. Good thing we got our max white. That one's tough. Oh, well, we could have just done the iframe dodge. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hit multiple. When you can, at least. And, of course, it was a pretty tough boss when I didn't have max level Magolor Surge, but now I do. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Guess you're gone. Okay. 1, 2. Well, we weren't close enough. 2. Alright. 1, 2. Should have gone for the other one. Okay, 1, 2. Oh! Okay, I knew it was familiar. You know, glad we got someone who's even more Kirby lore-versed than me. So that I don't get to give wrong information. Let's say something bad, you will tell me, sorry, you're wrong. And I will cower in fear and shame. Okay, cool. Let me just watch. How badly does the Master Ground just go away forever after this? Yeah, but yeah, presumably this is the destruction of Halkandra, right? I would imagine. Okay. So, let's go for it. Yeah, and of course, exactly. And that's how he gets that Ultra Sword attack from Star Allies. Yeah, because exactly, super abilities are the power of another dimension, so... It's not that hard when you have a very shake-sensitive controller. Fair. But it... Yeah, would that be on Shiverstar? Would that be on the New World planet? It... You know, presumably, they originated from Shiverstar, but of course they wouldn't have really become the Ancients until Halkandra the New World, because on Shiverstar we don't really have, you know, kind of crazy tech. It's just, you know, defunct, real-world human tech. Yep, and then he takes the gem apple seed and goes to Dreamland. That's okay. And the Master Crown is gone forever. We just have the gem apples. Okay, cool. Let's fight him with sand. Goodness. Time for the true arena. How many times I can get my butt kicked before I manage? Dangerous dinner. We're gonna go with Kirby. Kirby. I don't want this to take forever, so let's just use sand. Oh, look, it's right up here. They understand. Okay, they understand. Never mind. And it's really Sandron is what we want to use on Goliath EX, and that was a bad idea. Oops. And there we are. This is gonna be great for you here. Well, alright. And get down inside and slam. There we are. Very, very nice. There's all the abilities at our disposal, and this is where you use your Spirit Bomb. Oh, yeah, you got a lot of invuln when that happens, so whatever. Oh, I forgot that it is the ground shockwave. Well, whatever. Cool. Right, right. Okay. So, Haltmann would make the most sense, at least to me, in that case. Well, we got our shuriken. Well, that was a failure on my part. Come on, and... Oh, I didn't think that would hit me. What? You're kidding. Let me grab that. Grab that back. Come on. Yeah, yeah. But it could always be somewhere else. It's just the most likely option. Oh, please. Yeah, I am not in a position to make this work right now outside of... Wow, and it even... I framed through that. That's insane. Genuinely ridiculous. Right, right. Well, it... Because in that sense, presumably... Okay, okay. That... Yeah, that goes through walls. That's what I should have been doing. Yeah, so when I inevitably die, I need to fight Goliath again. I can use that sand wave. Mech Eye. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that. Wispy's Revenge. The 21 bosses. Thank you. Okay. The recovery of Golem Smasher was... if you press down too soon, you'll just squat. Silly. Whenever I remember Mech Eye, I just think of Plasma Wisp. Cool. And... here we are. Yeah, I used Final Cutter against this thing. And it actually did things kind of faster, but to be fair, no iframe dodge. I mean, no iframe guard, and I think that's probably going to make the biggest difference. If push comes to shove, I can just use Tornado and stop thinking. And... where are you going to come? Oh my goodness. Cool. Thank you. Damage is insane. Ouch. Ouch. I wish we had normal tomatoes instead of having to use only maxims and worry about wasting them. Whatever. Come on. You take a long time to get back in shape. Come on. And... at least we can leap through them without too much trouble, but... don't want to... Good. Boom. Not enough damage. Boom. Some there. Yeah, yeah, the... oh. Well, we can't break that, I guess. HAL Defense API, right. Ouch, guess who needs to use a tomato? Me. There we are. Good thing HRD3 isn't right after this, right? Okay. This is a bad showing on my part. Oh well. Oh, it's Inferno Puffer. Yeah. Hello there. No, this is just normal Puffer EX, right? You're just red. You got 2 red fatty puffers in this game. Kind of biblical levels of greed. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess there's only so much you can say that the world map indicates real physical proximity and crystal shards. Okay, not bad. Can't be stupid, as long as we play it safe. Golem Smasher's pretty nice. And, well, that's right, iframes. On you. Yeah, why do the bosses get iframes? That's protagonist privilege. Well, actually, no iframes, just glow a bit. Okay. Come on. Great attack. Oh. Coulda sandstormed that probably, but... you know, this attack is about as good as the Golem Smasher, frankly. Yeah. Well, you do see Ripple Star. Oddly enough, Ripple Star might be the closest because of it showing up in, you know, far-flung Starlight heroes and... Star Allies. There we are. Not bad at all. Come on. They need to give me something as stupidly overpowered as... Ooh, we even hit both of them. Nice. Very good. This ability's great. Overpowered is fully charged hammer flipping. Forgotten Land. Yeah. Come on. Normal duder. And... nope. No skulls needed. Ooh. Time's tough. Slam. Okay. And... there we are. Power up. Get a little bigger. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Don't have the level of competence that playing this legitimately would require. Ooh, fire, not good. Chili. Don't grab me, please. And I don't like that. But we gotcha. So going through that Gordo seemed to decrease the damage, so he had some kind of pseudo-guard. Okay. Well, alright. Oh, look! 4 Doomers. Great. And... no. Can manage like this. What? This attack to use on you would be... well, that kind of works. Okay. Maybe the sandcastle or whatever. Need another tomato after this. This run is going to be a little ill-starred. This is still the better attack to be using. Okay. And, oops. There we go, that's one down. Oh, one down, pass it around. I could just be using that attack, and maybe I should be. It's pretty spammable, too. Okay, and... ooh, that hit. Well, alright. Another one, and... cool. Getting close, and... counter your charge. Very, very nice. So, in that case... Is that other Maxim tomato? We got 3 Maxim tomatoes, 1 normal tomato. Yeah. Well, 3 Maxim tomatoes, 2 normal tomatoes, and I almost touched that. Oops. Okay. I might end up going just tornado and being silly. Because all of its attacks have perma iframes on use. It would be very cheesy. And it doesn't have the DPS of this one used well. But maybe I don't care about that. Maybe I just care about fighting the final boss. Well, beating the true final boss, no matter what it takes. Probably. I didn't expect that. Unfair. Okay. Boom. And... why specifically? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Okay, we should be fine. Now we can Golem Smasher on you. And I try to use the sand, but no, you're... Whoop. Holy crap, is that Metal Knight's shuttle loop? Whatever. As long as I end it pre-black hole, maybe it'd be okay. Maybe. Right, it's... yeah, Communist Grand Doomer. Turned red. Now that's the real marks. Okay. And, yep, this is fine. Very good, and it also gets rid of the projectiles. Very fun, and very... actually forgot about that. Oops. And there we go. Very good. And another hit on you like that. Very, very nice. Oops. Forgot about that too. And now this is where you spawn in. That's cool. Projectiles, not my problem. There we go. Nice. I wish they gave me more tomatoes. Especially since they basically doubled the number of bosses. Well, increased them by 50% or so. It's insane. I hope this isn't beyond me. Or it... yeah, anti-tomato discrimination for real. Well, we managed to get a nice chunk of HP off you. Let's Hurricane and... well... let's make sure that ability star doesn't go away. Come on. This may suck. Here we are. And back in there. Very good. We're already on multi-mini mode. Let's... and counter that. Nice. And fireball. So the way we'll get a little bit closer. And boom! There we go. The question is whether I use the maximum tomato crate now or in. Either way, this was not a good showing, and I think it's already kind of done for, but... why they gotta have 21 bosses? Another one from Nago mode, yep. Fiery Puffer. Fiery Puffer is a lava beast from this dimension, another dimension, born from elemental heat. It's a scorching move, is able to do more than melt. He has still to take the fruit fragment he found back to his boss, who is like around Doomer. Cool remix. Yeah, the cooldown. The end lag on Golem Smasher is meaningful. Okay. I guess we'll just camp. Yeah. Oh, I can see that. Not my problem. Go ahead, spit your fire. Not all that different, honestly, from base buffer. Maybe this won't be so bad. Well, okay. Oh, okay, we got another little tomato. That's good. I was more worried than I had to be. Hydriath. Holy Zora. Hydriath lives in the oceans of this dimension, born from water and ice. His powerful brawler moves so smoothly and effortlessly, his fruit fragment go to his boss unless you steal it first. Yeah, just to make it longer. Perfect frustration activator. Oh, okay. Not my problem. Well, really, it's just use the sand tornado on him. Yeah. Start moving. Yeah. Oh, okay. Stay out of it. Cool. Dragon Ball instant transmission. Oh, so they don't. Oh man, actually, okay. I was worried. More worried than I had to be. I am not speedrunning. I just any victory is good to me. Oh, interesting. The Pyrabit just again. Oh, and the water gets gold too. I forgot about that part. Nice. Well. Oh, you got funny void balls. I'm just gonna wait for that to go away. Oh, okay. To be frank, it will be some time before I try speedrunning this. But once I got DDD in normal arena, I did enjoy using his DDD jump. Because it is just a really, really strong attack. Oh, I could have gone smashed that. Whatever. Thank you. Take your time. Got another level. Okay, cool. Sand Spit will be okay here, I suppose. And right. That was a Force Blizzard in normal form. Wonder what they call it here. And they're gonna break it again. Again? Okay, cool. Which is... Does HRD3 have different music? And you can't get in here, can you? No, you can. What the heck? Okay. And... As they change it to Roar DDD. Just normally, anyway. Come on. Okay. There we are. Oh, okay. Because I know that they added some Kirby Fighters 2 music in the mid-boss tower in Mighty Noon. I did not know that they made any change like that for Churina and DDD. I mean, Day-Day-Day. Oh, look, it's not Landia. Oh, well. Yeah, poor Metal General. Oh, well, Crown Doomers. Oh, Rampaging Doomers, right. Rampaging Doomers are from another dimension. Some hunting spears, someone's making them seek fruit fragments. Wait, have we met the big boss of all Doomers already? I don't know, have we? Okay, well... We could probably get a Golem Smash or two in. Yeah, not bad. Hide there, and... No reason to make my life any harder than it already is. To be honest, best attack is probably just the Sand Spit. I mean, the Sand Leap. I mean, I could check the name of it right here. The best one would probably be just Sand Geyser. Cool. decent enough damage, and yeah. They move too fast to go for any of the other attacks, really. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that didn't go high enough. We're kidding. Ooh, we hit a few. Yeah! But I think it was a good decision to do it the way they did, because Morpho's fun, but it would be way too easy for Morpho to feel like it's overstaying its welcome. Because the fact that Morpho is always showing up is kind of the joke. I mean, Galacta's always showing up is kind of the joke. But to give Morpho the same gimmick, I think Morpho showing up was really nice because it allowed Morpho to become canonical when it had, you know, also been just a EX mode only type enemy. But to do the same with everything else would be a bit much. Electric Eduter. Okay. Come on. Hello there. Oh, I didn't even notice the little light bulb coil in his hat. Electric Eduter calls this dimension his home. Born from focused electricity, he loves to perform shocking tricks. As an Underwind, he was told to gather fruit dragons for their powerful life energy. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, we gotta stick to that jump. Oh my goodness, that lingers? That's disgusting. And, well, that doesn't really. Come on. And... yeah. Let's just hide here. And... cool, cool. We gotta use a little tomato after this one. Oh, come on. What are you doing now? It's been years since I fought this boss before. Since the last time I fought this boss. And can I... yeah, we can actually hit that if we feel like it, but, you know, silly. Cool. And... gonna jump. And... well, bad idea. There we go. Nice. Right, right. Though, to be fair, you know, Magolor being dead or not, I suppose, is maybe a little contentious. Oh, we actually got a good amount of health from that. Interesting. Hello, Crown Doomer. It's a long intro cutscene. Wow, I've seen this before. Good attack, and... let's hide there, and... not that time. Ooh, okay. Rarely, if ever, have I been more thankful for any kind of iframe effect. There was a bit of this that reminds me of the work of Manabu Namiki, who made the music for the some of the later Dodonpachi games, as well as, if you know the meme song from the Trauma Center games, you know, I think it's Fresh Breeze or whatever, he may have made that too. He was one of the people who worked on that game. Isn't that Squidward meme thing? No, I accidentally hummed the Undertale song. It sounds a lot like a song that would be an Undertale. To the point that I thought it was from Undertale at first. Yeah, yeah. It would be very nice to have Dark Meta come back. I don't want a Dark Meta Knight redemption arc. I want him to come back and be just a complete and utter awful hater again. Yeah, something Meta Knight gets killed off for good in a sacrifice to prevent Dark Meta Knight from ever respawning from the mirror, if it's like how you said. That could be kind of fun. So, HRD3 like this. Oh, yeah. I guess, though, to be fair, given that the mirrors did end up showing up again, and is literally the whole impetus behind Triple Deluxe, I didn't really expect... come on. Oh, there's not a great attack for us to really use here. Now that I think about it. Well, we can do the stand jump on the arms. That's not a problem. Okay. Yeah. But only really one of them, unless we... If we fast fall, we'd probably be fine. Can we do any kind of fast fall? Let me see. We just have to be fast about using that attack. Okay. Okay. Boom! Could have gotten 2 of those if we'd been fast enough with that. Oh well. Cool. Well, whatever. There we are. Yeah, I gotta have another tomato after this. Yeah, I can see the Java hearts coming back in the future if that's not already happening with Starcross World, which I hope it is. But, you know, for all we know, it's just more crystal stuff. Yeah. Come on. Just spam this now. Or not. Honestly, I could be using the tornado, couldn't I? Yeah, well, whatever. Never mind. Come on. What?! That was ill-starred. Okay, well... I'm gonna use Sand again. Sand is still really good. I just need to be less cavalier about using Golem Smasher, so... We got some time left. I am going to let the controller charge, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes after emptying the tank. Can't I find the P1 controller? Huh, I wonder why. Okay. BRP. Yeah. If you want to be really annoying, you could say that Dark Meta Knight's Revenge counts. I wouldn't do that. Okay, I didn't fall in. Not that that could have even happened, but I'm alive. Okay. Let's try that again and be smarter. Learned how to deal with some of those attacks, or at least learned what to expect, so... Okay. Yep. Enjoy the conversational... Okay. Will it give me good luck or something? I didn't want hammer. There's a mess, and... Oh, we could also get souvenir items if you want to be fun. Sure. Souvenir items. Oh, you're sure when I step onto this battlefield? This is the final showdown, an awful, punishing, unrelenting battle. Your soul can somehow survive this deluxe duel. You're a true Kirby master. Souvenir items. I'm a chuckster. Hey. Oh, we could take a tomato. That would be very cheaty. Okay. Every now and then, I try very hard to just make an I'm a chuckster joke to friends and foes, and even the ones who've played Sunshine don't really understand. It's so sad. Okay. I figure that makes sense. Okay. You know, I will cheat. I have been known to cheat. That would be a bit much even for me. So the sand for Hurricane's great if you can land it. Okay, yeah. But I just gotta... Symbol. So the way that, and... Oh, well, whatever. Embarrassing. Cool. Let's be smart this time. If I recall correctly, and I've mentioned this, the Japanese name of the Noble Haltmann song is a reference to Milky Way Wish's Japanese name. It's something like Haltmann famed throughout the galaxy in a way that... Come on. Okay. Oh, I did not realize it would make all those sound effects. Oh my goodness. Okay. And here we are. Now do. Oh, yeah. Time till we can get that iframe back is longer than I might like. You mean the Milky Way in the sky is red? If I recall correctly, that's actually a more accurate translation. Yeah, do they have SpongeBob singing it too? Thank you. Cool. Galbaros, and we got one of them. Ooh, okay. Getting close. We will. Yep, hit the charge. Cool, and that didn't hit. You're kidding. Whatever. I should have just used the hurricane. There we are. So good. But this is kind of embarrassing. I still want to try this run. It may wind up bad. The big thing is just, if I can get the hurricane, I may as well go for it instead. But the end lag on the Golem Smasher is not enjoyable. Main thing is using this attack more often, if anything, so that I'm able to iframe. The damage is pretty darn good as well. Hearing Haltmann every time is just so funny. Again, I really hope we get a Planet Robot remake, because it is the one mainline Kirby I still haven't played. You know, I guess I could just mod my 3DS, but I need to find my 3DS first. Holy sand grab. Ooh, unpleasant. Really hit us with a Pokemon Fire Punch. Don't think we took any damage that time, at least. Okay. Hooah. Go for Metal General. I think we'll probably take enough hits to require the tomato on this one. Go ahead and hide. And okay, well, that I'll do. Use that as much as possible, and go for your shuttle loop. Yeah. There we are. This ain't too bad, but yeah, we need that. We need that. And another golden hammer. Ah, we got that going. But we can't really hit that until we... Boom. Oh, you're coming. Yeah, your robot is not vulnerable this time. And... well... yeah, that was a bad idea, wasn't it? Come on. And let's... Oops. Come on. And... coming. There we are! Time for the tomato. Basically getting maximum use out of the tomato. Tomate 2. Two stupid puns in one sentence. Again, I need to be taken up back and shot. Ah. What about remake? Yeah, it's hard to say. And... send... well, okay. Not like this, huh? Ouch! Timed that badly. Come on! There we are, hit with a big one, and... no jump this time. Okay. There we are, and... take this nice and slow. No need to worry myself too much. The more I rush, the more likely I am to lose. Oh, the sandcastle actually worked darn well. Okay. And... set away you. I forgot you went both ways. Oops. And come on. Yeah! I don't know, though. Because Star Allies seems to imply that Haltmann HWC got back up off the ground after Susie got involved. And took over afterwards. Or maybe I'm just being too optimistic. It's not like she's good. Quite frankly, a failure would probably be more optimistic. Okay. Yeah, what's she gonna do? You know, team up with Dark Meta Knight to give him the Jamba Hearts and get to robotize Popstar on the side as her part of the deal? I could see it. Okay. And... jump, and... other side, and... ooh, okay. That idea. And... okay. Slam. Slam. Okay, well, alright. Gotta use the sand balls more often. He actually got a pretty good splash damage on it, too. That is definitely how people are speedrunning. Yeah. So that's what there's no rule that says the post-game has to be right after the game in question, I suppose. And if they were going to make it canon the same way as Magolor Epilogue, it probably would be better and make more sense to have it not be. Come on. What? Okay. Please. And here we are. Any interpretation of, well, you actually are invincible. Oops. There we go. This might be a dead run too. I don't know. Again, Dream Kingdom stuff is always weird. But yeah, I guess I could see that as foreshadowing, or at least as an idea that they bring back, I suppose. The evil Jamba Heart technology. How to get both ancients going on. And there we go. So we're doing fine here. And come on. And that's gone already. Don't need to worry about that too much. Come on. Slam right through. Cool. Again, as much as I would like a 3D version of Team Kirby Clash, they would undoubtedly have their work cut out for them. There would be a lot less for them to, you know, just straight up reuse, like they did with the original Kirby Clash games. Cool. And just like that. Cool. Hello. Spear loopers. Not if we don't hit them. There we go. And that's... Oh, we messed that up entirely. Dumb. That was good though. And... Yeah, exactly. There we are. One more. We got ice. Gotta figure out the timing to make that work. Come on. Grab that down. Nice. And oops. Come on. Stay out of my way. And we can try to... Oh no, I forgot about the explosion. Dumb. And please, for the love of all that is good and holy, do not... Oh, you did it. You did it. Absolute mongrel. You did it. Hate you. Yes, it's... What?! Yeah, take your time. Yeah, see, I died again. And in a worse position. Maybe the Haltmann mask was bad luck. That's how I choose to interpret things. Okay. On one hand, this is Kirby. On the other hand, it's actually pretty hard. On the other hand, it is also Kirby. Ooh. Let me see. It could be really funny and just have the pink Kirby mask on pink Kirby. Oh, yeah. It's exciting. Now this, for the ultimate meme. Pink Kirby... No. I don't actually like that. Yeah, I'm playing without a mask. I'm embracing the reality of the world as it actually is. Okay. Cool. Life is pain. Life is pain. And... there we go. We should have gone through. And no. Head and rush. Hitbox there is good, but not impeccable. What does that one require? What I know is that I got every single achievement in the Merry Magoland minigames some years ago. So I did not know it reached as far back as it did. Okay. Come on. Jump. What? Okay. This is embarrassing. What? Okay. This... let's try that again. If I take that much damage early on against King Do, that run is doomed. King doomed. Okay, shoot me. Okay. So, yeah, I will Have to do some self-study at a later date. He does. King Do toots as he pleases. I love all those memes that just talk about how... Dr. Doom hates all of the X-Men. You know, of course he hates Reed Richards most of all, but he also, of course, doesn't really like the X-Men. But he respects Storm more than anyone else respects her, and more than he respects anyone else. So there were just all these just edits where Dr. Doom shirts like, you know, listen and learn, a black woman is speaking. There's a bit of charm to it. Okay. Come on, come on. No, you're not coming back over here. Stupid, stupid. Hit you like that, and... Gotta go for the hurricane. No, we didn't. That didn't connect. Tougher to approach in that lamp. It's not a hard boss, but if you're trying to defeat it without taking any hits. And that's not his poor on my part. Feels like the runs are getting worse and more ill-starred as time goes on. Maybe so. It's what we call being tired. Okay. Yep, we actually managed to connect with that before you went all invuln. Very good. Well. Yeah, I thought about that. Because this is strong, but it also has a higher skill ceiling than I might want to put up with. A chronic skill issue. Yeah, I've used Hammer to good effects, but the big thing is that, you know, the fact that you have to time the hammer twirl if you want to use it for iframes does make it less useful for that specific purpose. And you see, there we go. That's what I remember to do. Sometimes I can be kind of intelligent. Barely. Okay. Whew. Okay. And we got you. Normal duder. Yeah. It's like a whole Kirby... Okay, that does hurt me. At least with EX. Okay. Come on. And... final. Okay. Good thing the drop stars don't do damage. Oops. Okay. There we go. Aiming that helps a good deal. I think this should be fine. And... through... and... there we go. No. Okay, well, alright. I tried. Through and... don't get grabbed. Thank you. That would have sucked. A command grab on the second EX boss. Okay. Oops. Okay. Move on. Come on. The safest attack is just to use the geyser. Really? Okay. Boom. And normal one. I wonder if you might have more DPS just spamming this. I don't know. Yeah, not really. It doesn't take one to charge. There we go. Nice. You shrunk. Okay. And... come on. Oops. Okay. Don't have the ability to sound your way out of that as much as I'd like. Okay. Okay. There we go, that's one down, and... Not quite. Cool. One more little hit. Good. Cool. This should be okay. I hope. Oi. Come on. Spam that again, and... Well, that didn't actually... 3 Golem Smashers just barely doesn't kill. Ouch. And... Can do... And... Beam. Beam. At least you're dead now. Don't have to worry about that. And... the geyser did not hit. Okay. Another one, and there we have it. Cool. Of course, you gotta break the corpses. Sad, really. Desecration? I think so. Okay. And let's keep on moving. And... Hurricane, good. So I'll buy you, and there we are. Question is, what next? Probably the Golem Hammer fits. Oh, it's gone. We can just throw sandballs. Cool. And we like this. Gotta go, and... Tornado does it. Very nice. Okay. And there we go. Maybe third time is the charm. I hope. And... yeah, moving towards us. That's okay. Go ahead and roll. Not my problem. But you are invincible. Okay. Oh, the bounce back was more than expected. Cool. And... you should not be getting intimidated by Fatty Puffer. Okay. Well, whatever. Try to stay away from some of the walls, I suppose. Well, alright. Gotta stay down, I guess. And... gonna roll? No, just right while we can. Okay. One, and... okay. There we are. Alright. Probably a tomato after the next fight. It's gonna suck if I get to Galacta or Magolor Soul and get killed. There's a good chance that Lor Magolor takes me out too. That said, since we have a full health bar at least, not as bad. Okay, well, alright. And very nice. Cool. And go through. Ah, spot dodge. Nice. Okay. Geyser. Very good. Now, this is probably when we can... yep, get that hit in. Not quite. Boom, and... spot dodge works. Kinda. Oops. Okay. Enough damage to really do that intelligently, but that, again, cool. So when... this is the time when we can connect with that. Good. Ooh, baby. Not good. Thank you. And get in the middle. Okay. Now you're coming. Boom. Get one more attack it. Come on. Really, really, really. There we are. Good attack. I think I can manage one more. Maybe this was a bad idea, because that is Metal General. Okay. And... okay. Cool. Oops. That's cool. The DPS ain't bad. Gotta go for charge swings if we can, especially since the shockwave is very, very useful. Well, that one didn't connect. Big thing is staying out of the way of the fire. Just iframe that. That's a better idea. Sure if that connected. Well, whatever. And we got fire. No. Good thing that that doesn't actually hit me. What are you gonna do now? Well, more of those. Okay. Iframe. Slap and... Okay. And... will that connect? I don't know. What?! Okay. Contact damage from that. That was evil. Wow, 8 a second time. Okay. I should have known that Metal General would ruin me. It happened before. Okay. I'm gonna go for Sand one more time. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna use Hammer. Well, to be fair, we're getting close to time. Maybe, yeah, next time I can just do True Arena and challenges, maybe. If I don't get True Arena this time. It is legitimately a real challenge. I'm not displeased, but I am surprised. Boom. Okay. And... come on. Come on. Cool, cool. And... hammer. Hide. Cool. There we go. Yeah, exactly. If you take damage on Wispy Woods, it's dead run. Dead run. Oops, oops, oops. Whoops. No, the movement that Puffer does just naturally is maybe a little annoying. And you're gonna start a roll. Can't be too... yep, out of the way of that. And... oh, please. Okay. Spitting, and... there we are, phase 2 at least. Invincible. Yeah, fair. I'm gonna try this a few more times. Well, this is my final attempt of the day, legit. I might go for the cheat later, depending on how things go. But I would prefer to beat it legitimately. I was able to do it with normal arena, which, to be fair, isn't saying that much, but there we are. You know, this is actually a pretty good run. The main thing is just... contact damage is a real Spectre. And that is, honestly, my favorite difference between Forgotten Land and 2D Kirby. Just the fact that contact damage is not something you need to worry about. Which, you know, game design and all. But... certainly does make a lot of the slower abilities a lot better and easier to use, not having to worry about contact damage. It does not. It's one of the best things about it. I didn't think that would hit me. No. Well, to be fair, that's... oh, you got damage resistance. I shouldn't have tried to be silly then. Oops. Those are the orbs surrounding it, if I recall correctly. In my memory, there is no contact damage to worry about. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure, though, to be fair, it's honestly kind of hard to touch, even if you're trying, so... That's not something I've ever tested out, but there are a number of bosses that I've gotten close to and, touch, and it just hasn't been an issue there. Chaos Alphaless is just one of the most enjoyable. Yeah, we just had to wait that out. Kirby final bosses and extra bosses I've fought. But again, the fact that it doesn't really have a true remix of Roche Limit for its final form makes it feel kind of low rent. Even though, besides that, it is absurdly good, absurdly fun. Especially since a lot of the attacks can be iframe dodge in a very fun kind of way. That is definitely my favorite change from... Well, it's not really a change, because it's a brand new mechanic. It's not something different. It's like no contact damage, because contact damage is a mechanic that was there and changed. Adding the iframe dodge on everything, well, I mean, adding the bullet time dodge is something brand new with no equivalent. Okay, well... Really? Come on. This is kind of embarrassing. Yeah, but... That was long after... Well, before how soul bosses were supposed to work, quote-unquote, was really codified. And you could say that that happened for the first time, really, with Sectonia getting the world to win. Well, to be fair, the world to win is normally used for Hypernova mode, though it is different enough in the sense of you never fight Hypernova mode in the arenas. So in a way, it is kind of a Sectonia soul theme in its own way. Really, that would just be Robobot with Soul OS, then. Yeah, but... Still, within the context of the game, that's a song that only gets used. My memories are too colored by Star Allies. That is the real lesson we're learning today. But whose isn't? I did not expect that shockwave to do what it just did. Come on. Ah. Though it... And you said that Taboo uses a lot of Marx's attacks. But other than Shooter Cutter, what specifically are you referring to? Because the main thing that I think of is how that they brought the off waves back into Kirby is something that Soul OS uses. Yeah. That's actually not bad DPS on its own. Interesting. Yeah, it definitely has the most... And to be fair, it has different names for them in the guidebook. In the Japanese guidebook, where all attacks get true official names, then what the names that other bosses tend to share, because it gets, funny space equivalent names. But it's got Deadly Sun, Deadly Bound, Splash Rush, the whole gamut. And I think a lot of it is partially that since it was the first 3D Soul boss, there was a bit of pressure for it to be sort of an exemplar of what a 3D Soul boss would be, I suppose. Oh, well, that didn't connect. Okay, well, alright. Yeah, because hitting Metal Generals is simply not going to happen. Oops. Got a little bit of damage in on you. Really? We should move out of the way. Yeah, not my problem. Go away, fire. What you gonna do? Mecha. There we are. One of the better metal general fights of the day. Best one of the day. Okay. Go for the mid-bosses again. I could go for a small tomato, but I don't have that option. It's maxim or nothing. Knocked you out of the air. That was fun. Okay. And now... Oh, you got to the other side. That is... new and frightening. Okay. Hit and... Yeah. If Void is Thanos, then who's Arcane? A villain who will be unceremoniously cut out off-screen due to domestic violence allegations. I mean, not to be too crass, but yeah, basically. I mean, given what happened with Daroch, well, I guess you could say that about the Jamba Hearts. Dark Matter's agenda usually is possession, but the closest thing, not to be too crass, to domestic violence might just be Frenzied Highness using the Mage Sisters in Phase 2 as just weapons. Which really freaked me out a good deal when I first saw that in my first playthrough of Star Allies. It was very kind of holy crap to me. Gen Z is trying to cancel a Highness? Maybe. Yeah, because he basically... Daughterial abuse, I suppose. There we go. There we are. But I think there is a good chance. Yeah. You know, Zero can't die. It's revived by the darkness and evil in hearts. So maybe, yeah. Zero became Zero 2, became Dark Nebula / Dark Zero. I could see that. Come on. That was very dumb. And... there we go. I literally have not watched a Marvel movie since the original Avengers. But, you know, of course, it's impossible to avoid the discourse. But it really just does feel so stupid for them to be making... Oh... Doctor Doom and literally just alternate timeline Iron Man. Such a missed opportunity. And they own the Fantastic... They own the Fantastic Four. They got the movie rights back from Sony. There was no reason for them to be trying to make people forget about them like they did with Marvel vs. Capcom 4, I think? Was it Infinite? Either way, I know that the last Marvel vs. Capcom game disappointed a lot of people because it didn't have hardly any of the X-Men in it. And if I recall correctly, they all deliberately sucked, the few ones that were in. Because Marvel didn't have the X-Men movie rights back from Sony yet, and they were deliberately trying to decrease X-Men mindshare. Which... apparently, every now and then I see people talking about the current X-Men run that's been going on for the last few years, which is apparently very, very good. And... you know, very much plays into the idea that these are sort of, you know, weird science heroes who You know, a lot of their strength comes from, you know, their strangeness. You know, Johnny Storm becomes, you know, kind of a Captain Kirk kind of figure, you know. You know, love life with various various aliens, but unlike Kirk, you know, not the green-skinned space babe, so to speak, but these, you know, hilariously non-human aliens. But, and then, you know, cute, I guess, you know, Reed and Sun moments. A lot of interesting things. And, of course, really playing into the fact that, you know, Reed's power being just, you know, he can stretch himself. They did a lot of weird sort of eldritch horror, you know, body horror stuff with him that I've seen. You know, I'll read it or pirate it one day. Oh my goodness. I found it very funny how Sony managed to get psyoped into releasing Morbius a second time, people tried to psyop them into releasing it a third time. Yeah, we were all on vacation that weekend, released it a third time, and then they didn't because they weren't that stupid, but it would have been funny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boom. That's phase 2. Come on. Come on. Boom smasher. And... Cool. Boom. Okay. Boom. Boom. Oops! I didn't think he would send it that way that time. Unpleasant. At least it doesn't change direction. Actually, it does. Okay. Boom. And... Okay. Oh, they can... Okay, for a second I thought it took me somehow and grabbed me. I was worried. Okay. Can I... Can't... Sandcastle... There we go. Okay, good. Really just... I have 2 attacks, I have Golem Smasher and... the... Sand Geyser. And I should not bother with anything else. It is objectively very funny that they had to make Venom movies without Spider-Man. Okay, come on. But you're not that strong. That's some relief. Boom, and... Let's hide. Boom. And... Oh, right, the... Lightning. Good thing I can stay here. Okay. Yeah. But I have heard good things about the Venom movies. You know, not just the whole 6 months meme, but it being actually good or at least fun as far as movies go. And... we gotta try to... Ooh. Come on. And you're kidding. Stupid. What? No, we can't miss our sand. Okay, good, good. We need the tomato. 6 months? How many months? Some memes are good. Okay. Well, we got halfway through, more or less, and tomato use ratio isn't terrible. This might be it. Either this run works, or I need to resign in shame, and, well, we'll see what happens. Where are you going? Really, what I need to be doing is just doing the normal tornado. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. Not as strong, but passable. Teleport, vanish. Cool. Fun. And... there we go. Interesting. Interesting. Ah. We were talking about Toho before. I will always maintain a certain sense of elitism in being a Toho fan who has actually played a real mainline Toho game. There are understandably rather few of those. Fair. Yeah, it is. It's a tonal thing. It would be a tonal issue. I don't watch as many movies as I used to these days, and probably not as many as I should or would like to. But another movie that I saw recently that I liked a good deal, well, relatively recently, I think about a year and a half ago, was the 2012 Judge Dredd movie with Carl Urban. And it really does go to show just how stupid the whole, super movie, not wearing the mask, not wearing their mask, always having their face off, not wearing the actual costume thing is always so idiotic. Because yeah, I don't know. There would be some comedy to that, but I don't imagine that would have been the intended effect. But Carl Urban, and part of it is just him being a good, actor with respect for the source material as a, for better or worse, British individual. But he did a very, very good job acting. Of course, he played a somewhat muted character, but his physicality and he played the role well, and the fact that he very much, when he took on the role, said that he had no interest in ever taking the helmet off, and in fact would turn down the role and leave if they ever tried to have him take it off. Respect for the source material. To be fair, one criticism that people have mounted of Dredd 2012 is that, as opposed to the original source material, which is, a dark comedy, the movie was very much played for drama, which I think is... There were some elements of dark comedy, but they definitely lean more on the dark than the comedy. Because it's all about just the fundamental lack of respect for human life evinced in, many societal arrangements, so to speak, Even the people he's saving end up fearing him because he's this ultra-violent super cop. A lot of the comedy has to do with, death. And it's always a sort of uncomfortable comedy. But to be fair, I think that's also less of a departure from the original than people think. A lot of it is just that the American idea of the source material is based on I think Stallone was in it. Or Stallone. Yeah, another word I've read and never heard really pronounced. But, which was very much, played for the comedy, also had him without the mask. And it was, based on source material, albeit one of the more lighthearted, I suppose, stories from the source material, if I recall correctly. But, yeah, because it was all from a British sort of sci-fi comic book. I forgot about that part. Yeah, I had to manually permit that. It warranted permission. No, it's nice seeing someone who's also seen that movie. I watched it with my dad. I tried to get some other people, some of my boys, to watch it with me, but the last movie we all watched together was Parasite, and the only thing that they ever really learned from that was that they thought Korean women were attractive. But, goodness. Let's just wait this one out. Yeah, it's a very, very sort of basic message, but anytime any kind of media goes for a sort of hurt people, and you know, being a victim often leads to you victimizing others. Because that's the whole backstory behind its main villain, you know. You know, she was violently abused by her Johns, leading to her scars, you know. Prostitute in a future Hell City. And then she goes around and just massacres innocents with a machine gun in a giant super tenement. Fair. But as I was saying, I think calling it nuance might honestly miss a bit of the point, because it really isn't. And, you know, the ending where it's just, you know, even though Anderson fails, she allows to pass. Yeah. It's not a good game. That said, yeah, I should be spamming Sand Tornado, not waiting for the super version. That's gonna look a whole lot better. We'll see how this goes. I'm honestly not all that disappointed by the fact that this is a legitimately hard super arena. I don't know. The main thing is, if I play very safe and focus on iframes, I think I can manage, but... Of course... Oh, that is not a known quantity. Yeah, see? It's so abusable. There we go. Good damage. Oh, we had to go for some kind of air stall there. That is good timing. It's all these lingering AoEs, really. That's what makes it suck. There we are! There we are! I ain't dying. I'm abusing my iframes. If I'm dying, I'm dying against something else. Okay. So who's next? HR... Oh, goodness. And that's what killed me last time. Let's make this happen. Yeah, let me go pick up sleep real quick. Okay. So... Gotta focus on... this. Oh, and... Oh, goodness. Good attack, but... Salway that, and again! I fought Master Crown before I ever fought HRD3, so I didn't know the source of that attack. It's funny in retrospect. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Maybe that isn't such a good idea. Maybe I need to be taking it even slower. Oh well. Maybe... Oops. Well, alright. Not like that. I'm gonna say go for one of the sand balls, but... Maybe not. Okay. Ah, stupid. Probably go for just a basic Sand Smasher, non-Golem Smasher. Oh, was it new in... Was it not in the original Return to Dreamland? I guess I could see that. Okay, cool. Let's not die this time. I like the music changes they did in the remake, adding in more of DDD. Okay, well. Let's use that iframe dodge. Oh my goodness. Okay. And, hello. Now, bombs combined with lasers. Oh, yeah. Landia's theme, I think calling it bad would be cruel, but it's certainly one of the more unremarkable themes in the game. It works for the situation because the entire point is that it's meant to make you get second thoughts about the nature of the fight, but it's just not that interesting. Okay, and one more. There we are, okay. Let's eat a normal tomato. Yeah. As the Kirby GCN DD mech. That said, if I recall correctly, they've explicitly gone on record to say that they're not really the same boss, quote-unquote, and oh my goodness. This killed me in story mode. I am not looking forward to this. Oh. Yeah, Holy Heart of Nova. Wouldn't it be great if I just didn't have to deal with this? Well, it would be, but you can only expect so much. Come on. Okay. Stay in close, and the big thing is just making sure that we don't get sucked in by the tornado attack, which, I don't know. Okay. Keep this going. It's a shame you can't just hold. Okay, come on. Okay, good that it telegraphed where it go. Can't just hold to get infinite. And... yep, there we go. That sucked. Okay, cool. So this should be fine, since we haven't taken the big hits. Real question is whether we can... yep, we don't get food from phase 2. I expected as much, but it's still disappointing. Let's iframe that. We do that again? Yeah. Come on, come on. And I believe that's gonna be the mass attack? No, more orbs. Morbs. Morb. In the end, they can't make a shooter boss too hardcore. Then they get people complaining about the end of Sonic Frontiers. It is really funny that the final boss is just Ikaruga. I thought we were okay. Yeah, we probably still should be. Not as okay as I might like, but all I gotta do is move very slightly, and I don't like this boss. That said, it really is about memorizing how it attacks it. Bad, very bad. We could have tried the iframe on that, well, whatever. And, okay. Go for a little bit more. Right. Holy Sane. And just... yeah, not every shoot 'em up is Toho. I don't care. It should be. There we are. Okay, we got a few more bosses. Time to pray. Okay. As long as I dodge the black hole, I think we should be fine, but I do have to be pretty conservative with my approach. Well, maybe not. That is a great attack to be using on you. Under my control, more like above my sand tornado. Very nice. But apparently, this attack is similar to... the song is similar to, I believe, the Kirby 64 song. But the underlying instrumentals are similar to Zero Twos. Maybe. Okay, well. Cool. And just like that. Very nice. Do not get beamed! Do not get beamed! Okay, cool. And we can just avoid these Gats of Flame, which, again, I like that they gave him that as an attack. And good damage while avoiding that as well. Okay, I was too early. That was a bad idea. I was gonna say who asked, but to be honest, I kind of did. Thank you for the correction. It is kind of like how it's not... Fatal Blooms and Moonlight... What game is this song from again? Fatal Blooms and Moonlight is the official title. That said, if I can weeb out enough, I will call it Kyoka Suigetsu. As in... Madness Flower, Water Moon. That is to say, to be driven mad by the reflection of moon and moonlight. You gotta love a good Yoji Gokuon. Yoji Jukoon, as in 4-character Japanese saying. An interdimensional tunnel was brought the most powerful warrior in the galaxy before you, and the gem seal keeping it at bay is broken. Guys, I'm so excited for Forgotten Land DLC. Get ready for a dream battle that defies destiny itself. Hi. Do not block me, you clown. Hi. That's also deep. Wow. Finally someone as scumbag as me. Okay. After getting this far, I have no interest in falling in battle. Good thing you can't hit me. That was good. Don't think he really knows what to do here. Okay, there we go. It's time for good music. Here we go. Ouch. Okay. Da, 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 da. And it is also time to... I believe that this attack is more difficult in the Deluxe version. Though, to be fair, as long as you just stay in the middle, I mean, the corners, it doesn't make a difference. Come on. Really hope they give me more stuff. Okay. And, oh, right. Fire, fire. Okay. Oh, look. It's that attack. No, 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 no. Come on. You know, it would be fitting to die to Galactonite, I guess. Doesn't mean I'd like to do it. Okay. Boom. That didn't hit. Come on. One more should do it, and then we gotta be silly with... There we are! Goodbye. Yeah, go ahead, do your slow and vulnerable shuttle loop. Goodbye. Oh, 100%. Well, I might, except... I can iframe that, I think. Yeah, watch me try to iframe that and then just not be able to. That'd be funny. Okay. I find it funny how you can... They incorporated some of the Team Kirby Clash leitmotifs in here. Let me see. Boom. Depending on the location. Yep. Oh no, that... Jam apples? You're kidding. Go away. And... Oh my goodness. Time that, time that. Yeah, yeah. Oh goodness. Go away. Well, I will try my best. There we are. Let's pray. This is getting kind of down to the wire. Okay. Holy Void Termina. Go down. Go up. And it's in the middle. There we are. Cool. Let me just see. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Good attack, though. Nice. And... come on. Another one. I hate you. Well, they're gone at least. Please. Well, can't kill me with a butt stomp if I kill him before he does the butt stomp, huh? Huh? Okay. It's time to die to Magolor Soulface 2. Never seen it before. I've avoided spoiling myself on anything other than the fact that it exists. And it is 100% going to end my miserable life. This was fun, though. Golem Smasher is just ridiculous. I'm okay with that, though. If I manage to get to phase 2 and see that attack, I think it'll be okay. Hello. Oh, what? Well, that's it. That was a nasty surprise. Okay, well, alright. KO'd in round 21. So, as anticlimactic as that was, I suppose, I guess that teaches me just to get in the actual corner, and then I could wail on him, but that was fun. I guess I'll take a look at that next time. So, I suppose that means that I'm obligated for at least one more Kirby's Return to Dreamland stream where, well, first I need to go and figure out how to platinum all those stupid challenges. And then actually beat True Arena. And I think, yeah, Sand's gonna be it, but I need to abuse those iframes more. And get a bit less greedy. That said, if that butt stomp would have ruined Sand, going for those Golem Smashers on the arms was 100% the move. That was actually a really nice Master Crown fight. I didn't take a single hit, and I couldn't have afforded to. But, yeah, dying to the double beam because he moved back a bit before casting, that was scummy. Smart, though. Yeah, thank you to everyone. I will be hopefully seeing you some other time for more Kirby. Especially when more Kirby exists. Yeah, that was fun. Sand really is just stupidly cracked. So yeah, like I said, check out Discord down below if you feel like it, or if you don't. Well, if you don't, then don't, but I'll be seeing you around, yeah. Sayonara again.